Ahora sí he conocido a esa deidad porque los
Climate change is here, now. Last year, 98% of the world's population was exposed to extreme heat. But we can still act. We can protect, rethink, rebuild. We must adapt. Adapt to a warmer climate. Restore river networks. Improve water efficiency. Prevent fires. Protect farmers. Let's build a resilient future. Now, together.
Io non so, non consulency, we don't want sovereignty. We want a lot of joy, we want a lot of power. Of powerful people in this room, able to make a difference. So this is joy, energy, happiness, and many, many things to do and say in these 2 days. So welcome everybody here and online. I would, if you don't mind, say hi to these people at home, which is watching us from that camera, and that camera, sorry, that camera too. Welcome everybody. My name is Antonella Broglia. I will be your host in the next few days. Please come in. This is your home. Take a seat. Take a seat. There's the seat that you prefer. And this is Isidoro, right? From the bank.
Hello, everyone. My name is Isidoro Tapia. I'm the other co-host. I'm from the bank. I'm the boring one.
Exactly. We're so good together. So listen, first of all, thank you everybody, because these initiatives has been welcomed wonderfully by all of you. First of all, the distinguished speakers. We have 16 speakers, and we call them, the 16 of them, and nobody said no. Everybody said yes. I want to speak at that conference, and for that we are very, very grateful. Also, this audience, an audience which has been very much responsive. In a few days we run out of space in this room for in-person participation, which means that there is a growing interest and probably concern about this idea of and concept of adaptation. We have tried to do a program which is interesting, which is productive, which is no boring. And for this end, we have invited an audience of very, very different world and universities. We have people from cities and local authorities, you know who you are. We have people from networks, any kind of networks, railroads, roads, digital networks, any kind of networks. Then we have people from the value chain, several actors in the value chains. And then we have the water. People, you know who you are. And we have a lot of people from finance, of course, people from insurance and universities and researchers, and then NGOs, civil societies, and then we have consultants, many different kinds of people. 320 of us, in fact, from here and online, from 40 different countries of Europe. Although you will be pretty soon see that the problem is not a European problem, it's a planetary problem that goes through any category, any industry, any sector. The climate has changed, disruption is already visible, and we are not prepared. We need to learn how to prepare. We need to learn how to anticipate. We need to learn how to respond. We need to learn how to plan, and we need to learn how to finance. Right? Isidoro, why is the bank organizing these 2 days?
We are organizing these 2 days to discuss, to share our experience on adaptation financing, but first and foremost, to hear from you. The bank is keen to increase its adaptation activity, but this is proving a very difficult nut to crack. So let me tell you a very short story. I feel very close to the energy efficiency topic. So I'm going to read to you some of the things that were said about energy efficiency only a few years ago. Energy efficiency has a great potential, but the operations, they don't exist. Energy efficiency do not generate revenues. Energy efficiency investments are too small and they need to be aggregated. These are all statements that will be familiar to you because they are the same statements that are made today about adaptation financing. Last year, the EIB lent 8.3 billion to energy efficiency. It was almost 20% of our CA financing. So if we did it with energy efficiency, we can do it with adaptation. At the EIB, we are good when we are challenged. We can do a lot. Offshore wind, energy efficiency, innovation. There are several examples in the past of nuts that we successfully crack or that we are cracking. But this time, in order to do it, we need your help. Our goal here is to discuss together to deepen our understanding of what is holding back some of the investment and what institutions such as the EIB can do to accelerate the investment flows. Just one small thing. When you bring 130 people to Luxembourg in a very cold day, there is someone very good behind the scenes. That one is Esther and that one is Audrey. So I ask you for a very round of applause to all of you. So we want to hear from you. We want to hear about the obstacles. We want to hear about projects that need financing. We need to hear about some potential solutions. So please raise your hand, make comment, make observations, ask questions. We are here to hear you.
Thank you, Isidoro. So why don't we start already these days? Welcome, welcome all of you, the last ones. You're so very much welcome at these 2 days. Let's start with two welcoming remarks. And the first one is from the European Union in Brussels. We will see a remarking video from the DG Clima Director General, Kurt van den Berge, and Deputy Elina Barbara. Intro video. Intro video, intro video.
Dear friends and participants in the EIB Adaptation Days, thank you for investing your time and effort in climate adaptation. We all know that the world is heating up, and rapidly so. In Europe, the pace of warming is around twice as fast as the global average. Historical temperature records are now broken almost annually. 2023 last year was the warmest calendar year in global temperature since more than 100,000 years. These are not records that we like to see broken. A new article published in Nature this week points to a loss in global income by 20% in the next 25 years due to climate change. It goes without saying that we need to better prepare ourselves for a climate that will be less stable and much less accommodating for us humans. The recent European Climate Risk Assessment highlights that Europe's policies and adaptation actions are not keeping pace with the rapidly growing risks. So what to do? We need to ramp up our efforts to reduce emissions, but at the same time, we should improve our resilience for the impacts from climate change that are becoming unavoidable.
Building climate resilience is our duty and opportunity. Reacting to the European Climate Risk Assessment, the Commission put out a political communication on managing climate risks, protecting people and prosperity. The key message is that we can act effectively once it is clear who owns the risk. It is good economics to anticipate risks, rather than to keep reacting to these disasters. The cost of investing in climate resilience measures may seem high now, but I look at it as an investment in the safe future for next generations. Our society needs safer living conditions, food security, and more resilient infrastructures. Investing in managing climate risks will incur much lower sums than those sizable monies required to recover from droughts, floods, forest fires, diseases, crop failures, and heat waves. Mobilizing sufficient finance for climate resilience not only public, but also private, is crucial. There is no way around it. Public support alone can only go so far. Without huge private investment, we will not get there. At the same time, adaptation financing on the ground is not easy. It takes assessing climate vulnerabilities and risks and proper adaptation planning. This is where all stakeholders, public and private, need to join forces. And that is why these EIB Adaptation Days are about. I would like to compliment the EIB for putting together a solid program along the adaptation planning process.
The European Commission greatly values the cooperation with the European Investment Bank to see how we can mobilize climate resilience financing. For improving climate resilience at the level of regions, cities and local authorities, there is the EU mission on adaptation. Big thanks to the EIB for your support to this mission, which you will hear more about. There is an acute and growing need for advisory services from public and private banks on climate adaptation projects. That makes the EIB's adaptation advisory platform so important. It is a trendsetter. Dear participants, I trust the EIB Adaptation Days will inspire you and will allow you to see the opportunities to invest in climate resilience. And it will allow for building contacts to take concrete actions in the coming months and years. Building resilience requires teamwork, and we will need such teamwork for a long time to come. Climate adaptation will not stop growing as a political priority and economic necessity.
Thank you, Director General. Thank you. Next.
Thank you, and we'll hear more about what the European Commission is doing in a minute. We are working very closely with the European Commission, but before that, let me please welcome our Vice President, Ambroise Fayol, who is supervising the bank's activities on climate and sustainability. Vice President, the floor is yours.
He goes, I think you go on like that. Excellent.
You are perfect, Antonella. You see what others don't see. This is excellent. Good morning to all of you. Welcome. Many thanks for coming to this first Adaptation Days. I mean, this is not a surprise that we moved to Adaptation Days as one of the EIB key moments in the year. For me, there are two reasons why I'm very pleased to have, as you said, actually, so many different stakeholders discussing adaptation. The first one is the bank is doing a lot in adaptation projects, in prevent flooding, building better roads, protect electricity grids, develop new disease plans, etc. Around 3 billion euros a year. But we have very ambitious targets and we need to do more. So we need to discuss with you. We know that we need to do more anyway. Why and how we can do more. More projects, more assessments to have our societies and economies stronger, better prepared for the climate change impacts that are already materializing. And I think this is the value of these meetings is, I'm very glad that there are people online, but the value to me is exchange with the many of you who have come today. And I'm very pleased that we have presentations, that we have very prominent speakers from the EEA, from the European Commission. This is for the European Commission and for us clearly one of the priorities of our climate agenda. To some extent, it is a bit sad because it means that climate change is already there. But this is where we are, and we need to protect ourselves vis-à-vis the impact of climate change. So I just thank you for joining us. I hope to hear very interesting and innovative views. I thank a lot those who have organized the event, and indeed, in particular, Esther. And we look forward to learning from you because we have no time to waste. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice President. And we are showing here how this 2 days event will be organized. They are organized following the logic or the flow of a typical adaptation project. First, on the top, we will have a session on how to articulate the problems. So it's typically being said in research that in order to understand a problem, first you have to define that problem. In order to find a solution, you have first to understand what is being addressed. Second, the planning phase. I mean, what can be identified as adaptation investments, what can be designed, what can be implemented. Third, an important part when we are talking about investments with high capex and investment needs, the financing. Who is providing the financing? It is a lack of financing opportunities. What is holding back some of the investments? What are the opportunities in the market? What we as EIB can do in order to support the financing part. For the implementation phase, there are also obstacles when the projects are being implemented, things that can happen when the projects are being invested, when the projects are implemented, etc. So we will also spend some time looking at what are the problems, what are the obstacles, what are the potential solutions. And last but not least, the socioeconomic process. And I'm saying last but not least, and it's not just a given saying, it is very important to say the socioeconomic process, the socioeconomic impact of adaptation projects is one of the biggest obstacles, and it's one of the most important concerns. So I encourage you to stay until the last session, not only because it's very good, they are all very good, but it's also because it's a very relevant topic in the discussions. And actually, the socioeconomic impact is one of the things that can also hold back some of the investments.
I'm still in the micro. Thank you, Isidoro. And before to start with block one, we just a little housekeeping for the people watching from home. Hello there. We feel you. We know that you're there. If you have questions, remember, ask your questions in the chat. Some very nice people here will be collecting the relevant questions and put the questions on the floor. And now, block one. Block one. Here you have our distinguished speakers. This trio is impressive. I don't think of any better way of starting this works. So I call the three of you to join me here on stage. First of all, Elena Veznar-Malinovska, from DG Klima, Head of Adaptation and Resilience to Climate Change Unit. Wow. There. Thank you. And then from Copernicus, everybody knows what Copernicus is. And if you don't, you will discover today, you will be amazed. Carlo Bontempo, Director, Copernicus Climate Services, Etios too. Bravo. Italian. And then Blaž Kurnik from the European Environmental Agency. Blaž, join this trio. So it will work as follows. Each of them will speak about 10-15 minutes max, and then you hold all your questions. Will be many, and we do a Q&A session at the end. Okay, so Elena, we start from you. Let me show you products. I know that you speak about many things, but this product is unique. This is a communication which is being written for the first time in history, just last month, published the 12th of March, and it is the communication which precisely the welcoming regards were referring to, and it's about managing climate risk. It's the most important thing that we can hear about UE policy. Elena, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Antonella, also for your energy and enthusiasm in the room. I hope everybody feels the energy flowing. You may have seen my two bosses in the welcoming video, and I think this was also a first of kind in itself, because I don't think we had, you know, two people doing a video address to any event. So you see the EIB Adaptation Days are really also pushing for creativity. And I'm happy to say that as of yesterday, we have another high-level official joining DG Klima, Jan Dusík, Czech national, who will join DG Klima as a deputy director general. So the team is definitely growing. As you could see, and as stressed by Kurt and Elina on the video, we are, of course, deeply concerned about the increasing climate risks. And at the same time, we see that the union policymakers have agency. There are many solutions to many of these climate risks, and the vulnerability and exposures of people, economy, environment, you name it, on the policies depend on the policy choices about preparedness. So it's all in our hands, in a way. We will hear from Blaž about the European climate risk assessment, on which we collaborated, and yet another wake-up call from the Copernicus Climate Services report about the actual risks. But to frame the evidence and discussion, it is useful to look at the policy environment, and I really come from the policy environment in which we are operating. So I will talk about three things: about the legal framework, the level of preparedness, readiness, and about how the Commission responded to the evidence that was out there in the European Climate Risk Assessment and in the other reports, and on what are the next steps and how they should guide the financing. Sorry, I will hold the mic because I have the impression that it's the unstable part of my, my presentation. So the EU level policy framework is largely in place. The climate law from 2021 makes adaptation an explicit legal requirement on the Union and on its member states. But there is an obligation to make continuous progress in enhancing adaptive capacity, reducing vulnerabilities, and strengthening resilience. Now, at Union level, again, the Union strategy on adaptation translates these parameters into the actions and objectives at the Union level, being smarter, being more systemic, being, of course, faster, and helping the international resilience, because it also becomes our business what happens outside our borders. At member states level, you will see the national laws, the adaptation strategies that deliver also on these objectives. And we do monitor both the Union and the member states through the so-called Climate Progress Assessment Report. Now, this is very important for a collective understanding as to how adaptation works, because there are the national and regional responsibilities, and there are responsibilities that are delegated to the Union. So the Union level is in a way complementary and supporting of member states, and it comes often in the form of frameworks, voluntary guidance, guidelines, financial technical support, the information sharing, and it's all defined by the co-legislators based on subsidiarity. As a lawyer, I now know that the principle of subsidiarity is a sacrosanct principle of European law, which means a clear division of competencies between the two levels. But this also means that the local and regional responsibilities are indeed, and decisions to implement the frameworks are where the risk ownership is being defined. For instance, the decision on where you place an asset in the landscape, is subject to a spatial planning decision. On how to protect critical infrastructure, what about the capacity of healthcare systems? Second, how ready are we to manage the risks? Now comes a little bit of a BMO message, because the worrying fact is that neither the Union nor its member states are actually keeping pace with the increasing climate impacts. And this is what the climate risk assessment by the agency shows, that there is an uneven preparedness across different sectors. As part of the European climate action progress report, we have looked at how the Union is doing, how the member states are doing. So at the Union level, we see some good progress in implementing the actions. At member states level, let's say, the picture is quite mixed. And we see that we need to do much more on governance, on financing, on raising awareness, on fairness and just resilience, and of course on nature-based solutions. The assessment under the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, this is the response mechanism if there's a fire in the Union, they help to coordinate the help and the response. We see that the climate-related risks are high on the agenda of the disaster risk management. Nevertheless, if you look into national risk assessment, they often do not work with climate scenarios or with uncertainties. There is also the national risk assessment that is due under the critical infrastructure regulations in 2026. And the budgetary outlook assessments that are necessary for the financial and fiscal sustainability, they also do not consider climate risks systematically. And according to the European Central Bank, the financial markets also misprice climate risks. So overall, it shows that we are aware of the physical risks that are out there, but actually our tools do not systematically price and integrate this knowledge in situation where those already become material. So they are very close to, impacting. And this does require a lot of knowledge from many people involved. It does require changing the processes that we have already in place. And that can be difficult. And that's why also today's conversations will be important to define what has to be changed. Now, third, coming to the communication on managing risks, and thank you very much. Antonella, it's the first time I see, the moderator waving with our product, in front of the audience. I really appreciate it. We didn't coordinate before. So this communication for us is the rapid fire response to the European climate risk assessment. It's by no means, it's meant to be a comprehensive action plan. The communication also doesn't push for certain adaptation solutions, but it's pushing for an honest decision-making that would allow to look at climate risk in the trade-offs. And for finance, so in our finance talk, and I think a lot of people, the common denominator of this audience is indeed the financing, is how we can stop the mispricing of climate risks. How can we improve the transparency of the markets? Nevertheless, the communication does address a lot of horizontal issues that hold back the resilience. First of all, as Alina mentioned on the video, we need to be clear on who owns the risks. So far, the adaptation policy and adaptation decision-making is suffering by the tragedy of the commons. Everybody's business, no one's business. That's it. And clear responsibility really helps to focus our mind. So for example, climate risks are one among the many, many variables of spatial planning. But these processes are nevertheless still responsible for decisions that decide on my exposure to climate risks. So this is why it is so important to look at it. Risk ownership should go across all sector policies. A key part of our responsibility is also to look at the social impacts, fairness, just resilience. We know that those vulnerable populations that are already in dire needs of interventions, they will be even more impacted by any of these disasters or even climate risks. We also committed to improve the tools, and this is where Carlos' outlet and also the agency is well placed to help us, because we need to have a better access to climate data, to climate models, to climate scenarios. And building resilience is really, as I said, a lot about the how, about doing things differently, and this requires knowledge, capacity to use the available information. But it does require also a lot of money. So coming to money finally, it's good economics, as said, to anticipate risks and instead of paying into recovery. Just to say, the 2021 floods in Germany and in Belgium costed around 44 billion euro. This is more than the 7-year budget for trans-European networks. It's huge. And so we see in the academic assessment that give us the wide brackets sort of impact that by the end of this century, we could have as much as 1.6 trillion of damages for flooding, while the annual investments into adaptation to prevent that could be as low as 20 billion if we start early enough. And we want the budgeting processes and the private investment not to underestimate the risk. So how to do it? First, in the EU budget, we have a clear principle that the whole EU budget must be climate resilient. We will try to do our part through the do no significant harm on adaptation. In national budgets, you have seen that the recent economic governance reform will also work in the sense of the debt trajectories to integrate and consider climate impacts. And for the financial markets, it means that the prudential frameworks need to actually price correctly the climate risks. We are also setting up a specific group on resilience that will start to work, and my colleague Magda will have a presentation. And of course, we are also trying to help the local and regional authorities through the mission on adaptation, through the climate resilience journey. Coming to business finally, because often since adaptation includes public investment, the businesses are not seen as part of it. Actually, building the reality of the next years will push our business also to integrate this into their thinking. We have seen disruptions of supply chains causing a major havoc for certain industries. So, and there are also commercial opportunities coming with adaptation. So let me conclude, and it's climate change is a major risk, and we need to treat it as a major risk. The European Climate Risk Assessment is showing that the climate change also affects the financial institutions, private, public, the intermediaries, etc., the financial stability, and definitely through that, also the real economy. There's no choice between cutting emission and the societal preparedness. We really need to do both and to the full. It's not one the alternative of the others. And unfortunately, even in the scientific community, you still hear this very conservative voices saying, let's not be too vocal about adaptation because then it will become the plan A. No, we need to do all of that with still the conscience that there will be losses in the end. And there is a broad recognition of the urgency. I see it. I mean, having an event like this with prominent people from the finance sector, the cities, the local authorities, the academia, just shows that we do rally behind the need to act. So thank you very much for inviting the Commission. The Commission is present in big numbers, I would say. We are 3 of us from the same team in DG Klima. So we are very happy for staying 2 days here and to do what you mentioned, Mr. Fayol, in your intervention, really do the conversation, networking, and understanding better how we operate. And I really look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Elena, thank you very much. Hold your questions for Elena, and then we will discuss with her at the end of the session. You can sit again if you want, and we invite Carlo. Carlo Buontempo is Director of Copernicus Climate Services, European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecast. So let us know everything about Copernicus does and what the climate in Europe is today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Antonella. And it's a pleasure to be here with you. Really a great pleasure. Terrific session. I look forward to the discussion that follow. In preparation for this session, I asked Antonella whether I could show 1 or 2 images, and Antonella said, yes, no problem. And I fell into the trap of a scientist, so now I have too many slides and too much information to present in the next 15 minutes, which will make this presentation a bit of a Pucha style presentation, 20 slides in 2 minutes or so. It's slightly better than that, but still very, very dense. I would like to stress the point. So the talk will be in 3 parts. The first part is a bit of an introduction. Then I will dive into the European State of the Climate that we launched this past Monday with the World Meteorological Organization, and then I'll wrap up. But in a sense, if there is one word I would like you to focus on, is operational. So I think the key message is that climate information is valuable. We do have plenty of it. And while there are limitations, we need to make a transition in the way this data is generated and is transmitted to society to support legislation, to support decision processes. And I would like to start from a question that we are often asked, especially when dealing with the media, which is, do you believe in climate change? And I found it funny, because in a sense, I never heard anyone saying, do you believe in neutrinos? Or do you believe in cosmological standard model or anything like that? While on climate change, there is always the question, do you believe in climate change? And I think it's the wrong question. It's not whether you believe it or not, but it's whether the information we have is or not useful. And for me, the answer is a resounding yes, it's very useful. And we have plenty of information that we can use. But let's start from the strange things. And 2023 was, we have plenty of really strange things. This is a plot showing the anomaly in the global mean temperature as a function of time over the year. So January to December, and the color indicate the different decades. This is the anomaly in the global mean temperature. And you see all the blue lines, the cold years, are back into the 40s and the 50s, and it gradually gets warmer and warmer until 2023. And 2023 is the red thick line at the top. And that red thick line means that every single month since June 2023, and is still going, has been the warmest month ever recorded. Our data set goes back to 1940s. It means that for sure, this has been the warmest month since the 1940. But in no likelihood, given our knowledge of the climate system, as it was said in the introduction, these have been the warmest months ever recorded over the last probably 100,000 years. And it's not just the global mean average, it's the temperature of the ocean. So a similar plot, this is absolute temperature rather than anomalies for the ice-free ocean. So this is 60 north to 60 south. The gray line are the past year. Yellow line is 2016, which was one of the warmest. Red line is 2023, and the top dark black line is 2024. So we are, I think it's hard to visualize what uncharted territory means better than this plot. We have never been so warm. We have never seen this temperature ever before. And we don't necessarily understand everything. That's an important message for me to send out. So this is an animation showing the drop in Antarctic sea ice. Antarctica was that continent where actually we didn't see much of a loss of sea ice until the late 2010s. And then we saw a gentle decline, and 2023, boom, we got in some months a drop of 30% or so. And if you speak to the people who actually do work on sea ice, they don't fully understand why it happened so widely, why it happened so abruptly, why in 2023. So I think it's important and is a good service to society, to stress the fact that the science has many things that are not settled yet, that we need to understand better. We need to keep investing in research because there are processes that we don't understand yet. And probably Zake Hausfather, who you may have read, this was on The Guardian back in September, using our data, came up with this quote that I think is quite nice. September was, in my professional opinion as a climate scientist, absolutely gobsmackingly banana. And in a sense, this gives a bit of the feel of many people in my area of work. There have been big surprises. The jump in the global mean temperature in September that you see in the plot on the top is one of those. So there are things we don't know. There are things we need to understand better. But there are things we do know. And in a sense, as a society, as a society, we can do much better than we are doing now in using this information. So the State of the Climate report that was published on Monday was a joint effort. It's a 7th report for Europe. The previous 6 have been produced by ECNWF, which is the European Centre for Medium Range Weather Forecast, probably the most important center you've never heard of, and the one with the worst acronym, but there you are, and the World Meteorological Organization. I want just to mention 2 people who have been instrumental in preparation of this report, Rebecca Emerton from ECNWF itself, and Andrew Ferron, who represent WMO, but actually is from Luxembourg, so it's nice to mention him there. And the infographic at the front page of the report shows the different decades. This is not just nice, this petal and flowers. They represent a different decade from 50 years ago to now. And each year is one of the petal, and the color indicate the warming. And you really see how much warm the climate has become. So the report is dense, 100,000 words, 100 pages, plenty of infographic. It's all available publicly. The data supporting the report is also available, and every single plot in the report is reproducible. So it's difficult to visualize so many numbers. I just want you to pick some. Global mean temperature is going up. Emissions or greenhouse gases concentration are going up. Emissions are not going down. If anything, have gone up, at least the fluxes. The increase in global greenhouse gases concentration. And it's not just temperature. We lost an exceptional amount of ice from the polar caps, but also from the glaciers, and I'll say something more about it. And sea level, and I will, at the end, we'll conclude on sea level. But just to have an idea, that's pretty much the amount of sea level rise we have seen since I was at university. Sort of 10 centimeters or thereabout. Is huge in terms of modification of the risk of coastal infrastructure, for instance. And often when you talk about climate, people talk about uncertainties. Well, this is a combination of different data sets generated by different scientists using different data and describing the rise in the global mean temperature. And while you can, of the European temperature, and while you see there are some differences, the general picture is pretty much very clear. There's been a constant warming that made 2023 either the first or the second warmest year in Europe, depending on the specific data set you look at. And if you look at the distribution of this warming, this again is 2023, you see that actually there is something quite interesting in that year. It has been a year of contrast in general, but the Mediterranean, for most of the Mediterranean countries, which are normally battered by heat waves and scorching temperature, it wasn't the warmest. It was the warmest in a swath of European territory going from Ireland all the way to Bulgaria. So there is something interesting in that as well. And it's not just the mean temperature. If you look at the heat waves have affected many countries in Europe, but more surprisingly maybe than other years, have affected Central and Western Europe, UK with the 40 degrees in London, Brittany, Belgium, and so on and so forth. And this had consequences. So in 2023, we have seen the largest forest fire ever recorded in Europe. This was in Greece, and it was 960 kilometers square of burned area. It's enormous. It's twice the size of Athens as a city. And if you look at the burn area for the entire continent, it's roughly 5 times more than the single event in Greece, some 5,000 kilometers square. And it's not just the atmosphere or the land. Probably one of the most remarkable events of 2023 was this massive ocean heat wave that affected most of North Atlantic, from Mauritania all the way to the Irish Sea, with local anomaly of temperature in excess of 5 degrees, and also the Mediterranean. So this has repercussion on fisheries, this has a repercussion on tourism, a repercussion on a number of other processes. I mean, I don't know how many of you like to hike in the mountains, but if you do, certainly you realize how much the mountain landscape has changed over the last few decades. And again, what is important maybe is to attach figures to that sentiment. And in a sense, these figures are extraordinary, in my opinion. From the 70s, late 70s, we lost something in the order of 850 cubic kilometers of ice in Europe. And just between 2022 and 2023, so in the space of 2 years, we lost 10% of the ice mass on the Alps. Those are enormous variation. In 2022, we had an infographic with this 5 cubic kilometer of sea ice loss, ice loss in just 1 year. So we are really taking stock of a gigantic modification of our environment. And clearly, melting glaciers also means variation in the water resources, in the flow. This is an example. Mostly in December last year, we have seen most of the European rivers, so the Rhine, the Danube, the Elbe, even the Ebro, a region that normally is affected or has been affected by drought in recent years. All these rivers have been in near flooding condition, and the flow was exceptionally high, especially in December. On top of those, there were a number of storms that affected Europe, probably the most noticeable of which was Storm Daniel in Greece, where a flooding of biblical proportion took place. As much as a year of rain fell in 2 days, generating devastation over the country. But also in Slovenia, exceptional precipitation in Emilia-Romagna, in Northern Europe. So this is broadly, I mean, we cannot draw a one-to-one parallel between this specific event and climate change, but we do know that climate change will make this kind of event more probable in the future, because the warmer atmosphere holds more water and the amount of maximum precipitation will go up. And it's not only the river that matters, but if you look at the impact that this rising temperature Avon has, we see that actually 23 of the 30th most severe heat wave have all occurred in this century. And 2023 is up there among the most intense set of heat waves. Why I talk about heat waves? Well, because heat waves is the silent killer, so to speak. There is largely a good awareness of the risk of heat waves, but maybe there is no awareness of what does it mean for us. Well, it means that heat-related mortality in Europe has gone up by 30% in the last 20 years. And this has affected 94% of European regions. Well, let's try to find some positive news in this landscape. And I guess the most important of these is the fact that in 2023, we got a record high fraction of the energy mix coming from renewable. We went from 36% in 2022 to 43% in 2023, which is a good sign. What you see in these plots are the variation, the spatial distribution of the capacity factor variation. So how far from the nominal production each country was, or each region was. And this is important because by increasing the fraction of renewable, we also increase the dependency or the linkage between the energy mix and the variability of climate. So we do need to understand the risk, such as the one that affected Northwestern Europe a couple of years ago with this wind drought, historical minimal wind. And this year, actually, there is a bit of a positive news because there was above average radiation and so above average production of solar. And it's important also to look how this variation play out throughout the year. So which source of renewable is important when. Well, this is part of a more general effort that we are putting there. So there is this wealth of data that we have, and within ECNWF, we are working hard to invent, to discover, to put together new ways of harvesting that information. Probably the most advanced action in that space is Destination Earth, where we are really rethinking the way in which the climate data is put together and is brought to the user. But on a much simpler level, we are working on applications where recent information about the climate can be readily accessible to anyone, even on the mobile phone. So if you want to know what is the current anomaly of temperature up to a couple of days ago, well, you can find it there. And as for anything within the Copernicus program, all the data is open and free and is fully traceable. So each one of these plots is fully traceable to its original source and is available. And it's not something we're doing in isolation. This is an example Blaž will be familiar with. This is an example of a platform that is at the EEA, at the European Environment Agency, and is powered up by the data that Copernicus makes available. So it's really ensuring that this investment that the Commission has made into Copernicus then can percolate and affect all areas. So the European Environment Agency, and now EIB. We have a very important collaboration with EIB that is growing by the minute, I would say. And in that sense, I'm very pleased to be here, because the idea is to build this bridge between the data that we have and the financial decision that the bank will make. And I just want to close on this last slide. I mentioned that I was going to close on sea level, because in a sense, I think this is probably the most scary of the plot. See, this is a plot of the increase in the sea level over the last couple of decades, or 3 decades, give or take. And the one thing that you don't see here are huge variation. You see a steady increase in the sea level year after year. And in a sense, talking to people who work in finance, I'm sure you will appreciate that knowing something about the future is a strategic asset. We don't know what the inflation rate will be next year, or what where the next war will take place, or what the GDP of Europe will do over the next couple of decades. Well, I can tell you with absolute certainty that next year, the sea level will go up by at least 3 millimeters, and so on the next year, and so on. This is an information that we should be able to use better. And I'm not just talking about sea level. What I'm saying applies to a number of variables. You know, I'm prepared to bet my money on the fact that the mean average temperature for the next decade will be warmer than the last 10 years. It's an easy bet, right? Well, as a society, we have not been able to use this information as much for the value it has, as much as we could. So I really look forward to our collaboration with EIB and with the many partners we have in Europe to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlo. Bravo. There is a new mindset, I think, that we will discuss after in the Q&A. There is a new mindset, which is the things that we know for sure will happen. And this is, and how we can use the data better, how we can use the science better. And we continue in this line with another beautiful product. Let me show your product. This is the first European climate risk assessment. And I give you the man who did it, Blaž. And this is just a summary. This is just a summary, okay? And this is very important, because this piece of document contains the information that we need to work on our preparation, because it will tell us the things that we know will happen. Blaž, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Antonella, and thank you to be here, and thank you for the host for inviting me here. I didn't do it. There was 95 authors plus many other institutions, and some of them are even sitting here, and also work together with Carlo and his team, and with Elena and DG Klima and others. So it's actually a joint effort. So I was just, there to provide a moral support. So I'll talk today about the climate risk assessment, which we have produced, and it was published a month and a half ago, and also looking into other aspects which are needed to increase the societal preparedness. And we have already talked today about that. Elena mentioned it. Carlo said also about the importance of the data, because at the end, what we do, we need to make our lives better, our lives less, with less problems, and society healthier and well-being increased. So that's basically what we are doing here and why these kind of products are important. Carl already mentioned that basically we are close to 1.5 degree and there is increase in temperature, and I would also bet all my money to basically to see that basically the temperature will just increase. And 1.5 degree, it's generally agreed number which everyone understands, and we already see the consequences of it. And when we are looking in the future, actually it's not looking better. And these are actually some pictures which are from the last year. And of course, there are also damages associated to that. This is one product which we are actually at the EEA as well developing. We are collecting the data from various sources. It's not easy to collect this data because there is no common official public source of information, but there are many different companies or private institutions who are collecting this data. It's economic losses. And what I would like to show, and this probably the number is a bit biased towards the lower end, because we also don't capture all the losses, especially when it comes from 1980s. We can see that basically in the last 3 years, 21, 22, and 23 is missing here because we still don't have data. All the losses were above 50 billion euros in Europe, mostly related to the, of course, floods and storms. Yeah, the trend, it's going up. Another indicator, which is pretty simple to show, but this is the base of the European average temperature increase, looking into the future based on different scenarios. And also using the data which are observed data, ERA 5, which Carlo and his team is collecting. And depending on the scenario, we can actually expect at the end of the century temperatures up to 7 degrees higher in Europe than what has been in the pre-industrial period. And what is also important to show here is that the current models, global models of the climate models, are indeed a little bit underestimating the increase in the temperature. So it might be even worse than that. But of course, which scenario we are following, it depends where we will end up. And we are in the low emission scenario, we are still expecting the temperatures in Europe going around 3 degrees higher. So basically the increase of twice as it's now. What is important also to say is economic losses are linked to these increases. And here are some of the examples which are coming from UCRA, is that especially when we are looking into the flooding, we can expect increases by, depending on the coastal or the inland flooding, up to 800 times more than what we are experiencing now. It's like 80,000%. These numbers are incredible, and it's linked to the sea level rise. It's basically, if you have a 1 meter of sea level rise, extreme sea level rise will be 6 meters. And when you look into where we live now, 6 meters means a couple of million people in Europe being affected. And Elena already mentioned, estimated in the coastal flooding at the end of the century can be above 1 trillion euros. Yeah, it goes between 1 trillion to 1.6 trillion euros. Of course, there are solutions, and some of the solutions are already being implemented. So being nature-based solutions to put, let's say, the nature to protect us from the coastal flooding, or in the extreme cases, and this society does not like, moving people. And this we want to avoid. So what climate risk assessment is telling us is that risks are growing rapidly. And we are around 1.5 degree, and it's actually the increases are continuing. Europe is the fastest warming continent, and climate risks are threatening everything from the ecosystems, water resources, food, energy resources, infrastructure, financial stabilities, and so on and so forth. And to basically assess that, you need to prepare a product. And I would just like to show you what the climate risk assessment is saying, is that, and what the aim of climate risk assessment is. It's not the Bible. It's not like it's everything in and this what will happen. It's actually support product. It's to make adaptation related priorities and the next policy cycle and the next policy cycle, because we cannot just solve this in a year. It's to inform what is happening, especially looking into the further developments, and also prioritization of investment. There is no money to deal with everything at this stage. So we need to also know where to focus. And of course, looking into what the member states and the regional authorities are doing, and also provide a baseline for that. When we are looking into let's say, what is happening, the climatic risk drivers are accelerating across Europe. There's basically a trend for most of the climate risk drivers to go in the wrong direction. Heat waves are getting worse. Rain patterns are changing, sometimes too little rain, and then you have extreme rain. Sea level rise is accelerating, and hotspots regions are several which are being the most affected, which is Southern Europe, lying coastal regions, like I said, sea level rise, and of course, the climate risk assessment also looked into the EU outermost region, which sometimes we are forgetting them, but we should not. And what is also important to see that the risks are cascading, and they are like, you have climatic risk and non-climatic risk. And the worst case scenario is when both, let's say, climatic and non-climatic risks are actually jointly happening. And we are in the year which is happening. We have wars. We had COVID, we had like some economic crisis, and then we have climate on top. And there's no society which can deal with 3 crises at the same time. No one can do that. So you need to also prioritize and also look how this actually works. And what is important to say that everything is connected. So basically, if you have a risk for ecosystems are basically affecting the food, and it's affecting the health, and it's affecting the infrastructure, and at the end also economy and financing. And usually the water is a cross-cutting, let's say, media, which basically link all these kind of risks together. And I give you the example, mega drought, which we are observing one in the Southern Europe, can lead to water scarcity. This can lead to the crop losses, can lead to the forest fires, air quality, and at the end, actually also to the energy production and tourism, for example, which can lead to the financial market instabilities. And that's the reason it's so important to understand the complexity behind, to have good data, and also how everything is linked. Another thing which I would like to show it, of course, you need to, when you produce the product, you need to also look into different aspects. So you need to structure the things. And here I would just briefly mention that in climate risk assessment, we were looking into let's say, more on the classical system sectors, which goes through the ecosystem, coastal ecosystem, security, food, water, and then also human health, energy, built environment, and EU outermost region. But then also looking into the complexity when it comes through some kind of storylines, because you have combination of extreme drought and extreme heat and prolonged drought. You have a large-scale flooding, which has, let's say, quite a big dimension, infectious diseases, disturbances in forest, and linking to the carbon sinks, and then linking to the mitigation aspects. And major disruption of the critical infrastructure, disruption of the international supply chain, which is already mentioned, has been mentioned by Elena before, and then, of course, the end, the stability. So this is basically the structure of the European climate risk assessment. But then also, there are a couple of other aspects mentioned in as well, which are cross-cutting here, and looking into the, presenting these climate risks, social aspects already mentioned today, and I also would like to say that we are also working with many partners on producing the, let's say, just resilience knowledge more and more, because it's important how to basically look into the society and how they basically increase the resilience in the society. Looking into the ownership aspects, Elena already mentioned, and also where the priorities should be. And this is actually more or less the structure of the European climate risk assessment. Just briefly show you some of the results. So every risk presented in the European climate risk assessment can be assessed through different dimensions. I don't want to go through all of them, but one of them is very important. It's how urgent the action is needed. And of course, this is structured between different, let's say, clusters, which I mentioned before. But I must say that basically more action needed, urgent action needed, basically accounts to majority of the risks assessed. So basically, we need to do it now. We need to do now urgently, and we need to do more. And when we are looking into different clusters, you can also see that there are in every of the cluster urgent action needed or more action needed now. So when we look into the, let's say, coastal ecosystem and its ecosystem cluster, when we look into the crop production, especially in the southern Europe, heat stress, like tens of thousands of people are dying from the heat stress, flooding, and of course, there are also financial aspects, and we need to pay for all these aspects. And just few conclusions at this stage, and then I will move to the let's say, few slides about like what to do next. Several major climate risks have already reached critical levels. That means that we have exceeded 15 billion euros of damages in the last 3 years. 17,000 premature deaths in Europe were attributed in 2022. Almost all major climatic risks would reach critical or catastrophic levels by the end of the century. And that means that to minimize that, you need to start investing now into the strong adaptation mitigation actions. Already mentioned, societal pretensions is lagging behind fast increase in the major climate risks development. That means that not that we are not doing anything, that many things are happening on the national level, the subnational level, or European level, but climate is changing faster. And then when it goes to the example of the member states, just one slide, which is not in the climate risk assessment, but just showing that basically in the member countries and the member states, many things are already happening. So we have adaptation strategies, we have adaptation plans. Some of the member states have sectoral strategies prepared. Some of them, they have a regional one. And many of the countries have the climate risk assessment. Actually, all of them, and some of them actually developed the new ones in the last couple of years. So that things are happening on the, let's say, strategic or the planning level. No? Subsidiarity approach, it's also important. So this is something which is coming from the European Climate Adaptation Platform, shows development of different, let's say, adaptation aspects by being reported from the member states. And you can see all the information there, like many things are happening, but of course they are not necessarily catching up with what is happening with the climate risks. Mission will be mentioned, emission adaptation will be mentioned as well later today and tomorrow. I see Vanessa here, and it's important aspects as well where we are contributing with some of the things like information at the regional level is very important because adaptation actions are happening at the regional level and you need to have information. And it's not obvious that all the regions in Europe have exactly the same information or having access to this information. So we need to help them. We need to have them through the mission. We need to have them through the Copernicus. We need to have them from the EEA work because it's important that everyone has authoritative information before starting investment. Otherwise, you can misinvest and not necessarily capturing all the problems. So it's also important that we are providing this information to everyone who needs it. Just few conclusions on the policy and action. So, like I said, urgent action is needed to prevent rigid choices for the future. One of the aspects in the European climate risk assessment is also the lead time. So if you invest something now, will have, consequences for decades. If you start doing the coastal protection, it's not for next year, it's for the decades. And you can invest wrongly or you don't invest. And of course, then might be too late. So it's also important that we think ahead where we need to invest and what. No? Integrated policy approach, because everything is linked. I showed you already how the risks are cascading, and it's important to understand that when you basically invest in the ecosystem protection or nature restoration, it will pay off when it comes to the financing because it's actually cascading. Most of the major risks are co-owned between the EU and the member states. Co-ownership mentioned already before. So it's not about EU doing something in isolation. It's not like member states doing something in isolation. We need to work together because this kind of co-ownership, it's visible. Like 85% of the risk assessed are co-owned. And of course, there's stronger policy action needed to to deal with major risks. There is no member states in Europe who can actually deal with a mega risk or the major risk or the, let's say, cascading risks or let's say risk which goes across many different regions alone. We need to work together because, you know, if you deal with one member state, it will cascade to another one, and how you will do it then. So it's also important that basically this message comes across. I will conclude here. I'll stay here for 2 days. I have also my colleague Hane, who is doing with the just resilience aspects, also in the room, who can actually answer some of these questions. But thank you very much for listening, and I'm looking forward for the debate and the questions.
Just to remember that this room is pretty special and we capture your voice without a microphone, because there is an entity floating to capture your voice so you can speak freely. And in this area, we capture the questions from our friends online.
Thank you, Lena. Thank you to all you for your presentations. Blaž, I think this is the right place to speak about risk. We are an institution that looks at risk from every possible angle. But even though it's really intimidating to see how large the potential losses are and what is ahead. I also found that people are really insightful during your comment about the relation of risk and how climate change is risk multiplier or a risk of risk. And the second last comment about the climate risks are expected 34 out of 36 to reach the critical level in the coming decades. And maybe this is also relevant for how we think about adaptation. Once the climate risks become the new normal, they are no longer risks, they are the reality. Carlo, thank you very much for your scientific honesty and you presented what is known. It's not known, the famous distinction between known unknowns and unknown unknowns. So there is a lot that we know, but there is a lot that we know. Profiles, heat waves, water scarcity, and these are all facts. And then we made a lot of points, I'm not going to summarize all of them. I will only mention 2 of them. One of the big challenges of adaptation financing is to protect the critical infrastructure of the EU. The EIB was created to finance the build-up of that infrastructure, and maybe this is another reason why we have such an important role to play in protecting that infrastructure. You also mentioned the tragedy of the commons, which is one of the most famous economic market failures on the agricultural sector. And I wanted to add to that, the agriculture, actually, they have been dealing with climate adverse conditions for thousands of years. So it is also a sector with sophisticated insurance, financial instrument. So it's actually one of the sectors that we should look at when we discuss what are the potential financial alternatives to finance climate adaptation. I will open now the floor for questions. I think that we were having some technical issues with the streaming. I hope it is fixed now, but please raise your hand. You and the entity that is taking care of us will allow you to speak.
So no microphone, right?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Without, but speak up. In your institution.
My name is Alexandra Schoen and I work for Suez, so a water and waste treatment company. And so I thought this presentation was, or both 3 presentations were extremely interesting when we talk about resilience, especially I have a specific interest in water resilience. And when you talk about the cascading effects of water issues, of droughts, and then the effect it has on the entire economy, on industry, on energy, of course, on the markets. And we, of course, as a company, provide solutions to this. And we're finding it on the policy side, there's a lack of, the problem with water is that The agricultural sector talks about water. The energy part talks about water. We talk about water for PFAS or for micropollutants. But there is not a general European wide-scale policy on water resilience. There was supposed to be one, I think, and it's been pushed back. But we are waiting, at least the entire water sector, for a much stronger push on water resilience, because it's at the basis of everything. We cannot be an independent, sovereign European, we can't be sovereign on industry. We cannot be competitive in our economy if we don't have access to water and for everyone. And that's especially for our reindustrialization, for example. So this is something I'm really looking forward to in the next mandate, for example, at least. That maybe DG Klima could push for other DGs to have a cross-sectoral approach on water. And then, of course, on the investment part, there are, I heard about some water-based solutions. We're talking about reuse a lot more. These are the type of investments that should be pushed a lot more. And then, of course, there's a word we don't hear too much of yet, but there's a word, desalination, especially in countries Spain, where they're using it already for Barcelona, and it still isn't enough to prevent drought. So these are the type of infrastructures I think we will need, because we need a multi-solution approach, just as much nature-based as technical solutions. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of that in the future.
Thank you. You want water resilience?
Why don't you keep your microphone and then leave you then, so it's easier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very complex and very simple at the same time. Indeed, what we will see with the changing climatic conditions that also add to very bad practices, land use practices, but also the wasteful practices. We see leaks from existing infrastructure, even in countries with, very little water resources. So we will see more of these competing uses between the different sectors of economy. And at the same time, that's good, because it's bringing water a little bit to the level where it should be, either the national level or the union level. Typically, allocation of water resources, if you look at the treaties, is covered by unanimity. That's something where, climate adaptation policies had always a difficulty to be more assertive, to actually ask for more water efficiency or for more assertive means. Even the reuse regulation that is out there for setting the standards for, water to be reused for agricultural purposes, you have a number of countries who opted out. Why? I mean, it's a question to the public. So I believe, yes, these conversations will have to continue. We will have to be very honest in these conversations, because in many countries, from what we could see, you have also illegal abstraction going on. You have a sort of privileged access to certain consumers, and that's not very clear on what grounds it is done. And there's a report that is coming up, which is, by the way, prepared by the Director General responsible for environment, on the river basin management and on the flood risks. And, the areas where it may be in red is agriculture and hydropower. These are the two sectors that indeed very much depend on water, and the water use is not always in line with the legal requirements. And let me finish, we have the European Water Framework Directive, which I think when it was adopted in 2000 was one of the pioneering pieces of environmental legislation, because it embodied the subsidiarity very well. We set some sort of principle at the union level, and then member states do have the water plans, they discuss with the communities, etc. The question is, did it reach the limits of what it could achieve or not? And I leave it really as a question, because for me, for instance, the Article 9, which is about the economic instruments, probably reached the limits, because unfortunately, according to courts jurisprudence, it is not able to impose the obligation for member states to put in place the economic or price signals. And we know from the energy efficiency context how important it is to have these price signals. You know, that's maybe something where further conversations need to continue. And I think the businesses like yours are very well placed also to push a little bit for this conversation to happen at the right level and with the sort of right information and the right framing.
I think there is a second question.
Morning, everybody. Thank you very much. Very insightful, sobering presentations. Two quick questions, if I may. One, why is Europe the fastest warming continent? I hope that's not a very stupid question, but I'm to be told it is. And secondly, I'm just curious on your view what that means for an institution that's looking at financing long-term investment. Infrastructure is going to be there for 30, 40, 50, 60 years. What does that mean? So we need to look at scenarios. What's your advice? Should we be looking in Europe at, I saw the range there, 3 degrees, perhaps 7 degrees. There's a lot of discussion out there in various bodies on which is the right scenario. Curious what your views are. What would you advise us and others to be? What should we be planning for?
Thank you for the question. Well, there is not a single one reason why Europe is warming faster. There are several contributing factors, and possibly we don't know all of them. One of the probably most evident one is that our European domain contains a good part of the European Arctic. And the Arctic is the fastest warming region in the world. It's not the only signal. It's a mountainous region. We are losing ice, as I was mentioning, at a steady state, a steady rhythm. And Southern Europe is losing also water. So in a sense, there is a aridity signal in Southern Europe that both the loss of ice and snow and the loss of surface water have a potential to act as a feedback, positive feedback, by speeding up even further the warming we are seeing. So these can be explanation, are a bit a posteriori explanation. So I don't think anyone has predicted that Europe was going to warm faster, but certainly there were a good explanation on why the Arctic was warming faster. So in that space, well, I think that's probably the most convincing information we have on why this is happening. And also there is the fact that some part of the globe has to warm faster than others. So it's just purely statistic. If I may touch just briefly on the second point, because I think that's the real challenge, is how do we transform this information into something that can feed investment decision. And I don't think, and this is where I think things have margin for improvement, in the sense, the way in which we produce climate projections, for instance, is everything but operational. The 7-year cycle of CMIP is too slow, in my opinion, and is still done largely as a byproduct of research activities rather than being done for the purpose it now has for society. So we need to change the way in which this information is generated, and we need to operationalize the generation of scenarios. So the fact there is not a common scenario or a common approach, there's been some attempt, but there is not a single place where you can go and say, okay, this is what we believe is the right approach to deal with climate in the future. On the shorter term, there is plenty of information that doesn't depend so much on the scenarios. So in the plot that Blaž shown with all the 7 degrees at the end of the century, well, for the first 20, 25, 30 years, actually it doesn't depend so much on scenarios. And that's still an interval, is short for some of the large infrastructure investment, but it's still important for a number of investment that have a shorter return on investment time.
Maybe Blaž, you want to add something on that?
Yeah, just a few things. Like Carlo already said, like we are now more or less all the scenarios showing the direction. So, but I would not focus too much about 3 degrees or 7 degrees, because both are bad. We are now, 2 degrees, and it's already, it's really economic problem what we are getting. And even if we are ending in Europe 3 degrees increase, which is twice as what we are more or less No. We need to start properly investing into how to adapt to that, because this will happen. We can also bet money for that. Huh? Okay, I'm betting too much today. Huh? But it is important that basically our independently of scenario, all the investment properly made. And there will be parts of Europe, and we need to also focus on that. No? That Europe, it's not one. No? It's like you have Southern Europe, Northern Europe, South, a little, means, and different economic aspects around that. And Southern Europe is a hotspot. And if it means 3 Europe increase in across Europe, Carlo, what it is, like 5 degrees in Spain, huh? or Southern Europe. Huh? So, and these are actually becoming a big problem. And then it comes back to the water-related things, huh? Because means Southern Europe more droughts. And then where to get water? It's like economically also depending on the tourism. And then you have agriculture, and then you have to start competing for the water when you don't have water. And then if you want to do the desalination, you need to have energy. And where you get this energy is then from the renewable, it's from the, burning coal or whatever. So I think the problem is complex, but what is sure is I think there's no time to spend. We need to start properly investing into adapting wherever we end, and we'll be ending in 3 degrees for sure, huh? If not more.
There's another question here, I think.
Eva Hernandez from WWF. Thanks a lot for this so depressing presentation. I think instead of coffee, they should give us some Prozac. Because we try to keep distance from the figures, but I can't help. I come from Spain, so I can't help thinking of my children at home and how this translates in our daily lives. And but what I'm feeling is this lack of responsibility on all kind of entities, starting from the European Commission. I'm sorry, but I think the water resilience communication was super urgent and it was pushed back. The nature restoration law was also pushed back. So this is a lot of responsibility in the governments. And in the governments that push for it and the other governments that allow for it to be pushed. No, not only hindering the structures of the European Union, because I think, I'm ranting too much. So it's from the European Commission, I think from companies, ESG is like top, but they're focusing on reporting and not in taking action. And I think they don't really see that this is going to affect their activity. And then, on all of us, and me the first, I came here by train, and my apologies. We'll see how to compensate that. But my key question is about the investments that you mentioned, that the investments that we're doing that are hindering our capacity to adapt in the future. And I keep in super intensive agriculture. We're suffering them in Spain, super intensive olive yards that will need more dams to be built to irrigate them, and we don't have more rivers to dam. And instead of investing of these hard investments, what about investing in nature? And I would like to have seen a little bit more weight of investing in nature in all your presentations, because I think it's no cost. So it maintains itself. So I would like to really call for higher investment in nature, and also for the nature restoration law, and for all the people in this room and all the people that are listening to us online to push for it and contribute to it, and especially for
the question. We are also here to be pushed. There will be a breakout session on our culture, and nature-based solution will be discussed extensively, but of course, Elena.
I think this merits definitely also a response. Thank you very much. When I entered into my functions in September 2017, I could not localize a single NGO that would work on climate adaptation. And I'm very happy that this is changing, and this is also changing with the recognition that indeed we need to adapt, and this is not a resignation agenda, this is not a competing agenda to cutting emissions, but it's a very nicely complementary and supporting agenda. So very happy to see that this is now being picked up. You're right in saying that in the Council there has been a major hiccup. We had within 1 week the relaxation of the so-called good agro-environmental practices in the Common Agricultural Policy agreed unanimously by the Council. And we had a reopening of what should be a normal rubber stamping process on the nature restoration law. So definitely not a good message for our nature, but as a matter of fact, I know that many in many capitals or in many countries or many regions, they see the nature restoration as an important matter. Now, I need to rectify what you said, that when the water disappears, we need to build more dams. This is, for me, a real problem and a real awareness gap, because what we need to do massively now is to return water into the landscapes. You know, having water in a dam somewhere where you have the evaporation going on full speed and not having, rivers bringing additional water, that won't solve any of your issues. And I have been in 2018, I think, in Cape Town, that was almost, hitting the zero. And I can tell you, listening to the City Hall representatives telling us how they try to squeeze every single drop in the most unjust society that you can imagine on earth, it really gave me now shivers. So what do we need to do in terms of, retaining water in the landscapes is very much looking, at a scale of villages, at a scale of regions, what has been added to the landscape that is, hampering it from retaining water. And in the past, the practice has been to get rid of water, just get rid of water from the field so that the machinery could go in, etc. And you have so much infrastructure in the fields that is really hampering it. One of my countries, I'm half Czech, half Slovaks. Czechia is essentially like a roof of Europe. Everything just goes out of the country, the water. So it's becoming extremely dry, but there is a model that they are now testing in certain villages, which is essentially returning water into the landscapes, adding some landscape features that will help within matters of years to return water into where it was, to change some practices, because nowadays what you have like the toboggans when you plow your field, it's like a toboggan. It goes down the hill, and then just when the water comes, it just goes away. So very technical, but there are techniques where you can return water into the landscapes. It doesn't mean we will not have dams, of course, but the dams, it's not a singular silver bullet to the problem of water scarcity.
Thank you. I have 4 more questions noted in the audience. I'm just trying to preserve the order of request, but just let me check if we have any questions online to also give the opportunity to other colleagues.
Thank you, Isidro. One question has been raised.
Speak up. Speak up. Look, you see then all the system lights and we can hear you. And your name is?
I'm Celine, and I'm here to...
Nothing would have worked without Celine. So, ask the question.
So, it's a question raised by Nevena Gavalyogova from DG Move at the Commission. Adaptation action at regional level is indeed crucial, also because risks can be most effectively addressed at that level. At the same time, EU and national guidance support are indispensable for facilitating such action. How can we best synchronize our efforts? And how do we make sure regions have all the needed information and tools, also when it comes to conducted climate risk assessment at the local level?
For which of them? Any? Who will pick up? Will we pick in the answer?
Maybe we can take 2 or 3 online.
I think it's the question for all of us, but like I said it in the presentation, I think every region in Europe needs to have access to the information which are relevant to do something. And therefore the EU comes in. Copernicus is one, the mission adaptation, another one, and all the other initiatives which are developing. Because if we are starting to leave the information just for those who can model, who can actually provide information or invest into developing information, you will have injustice across Europe, and then actually will be already, the differences will get even bigger. And therefore it is important that the EU investments are as well in providing information or producing and providing information at the regional level, that everyone has the same baseline, the same starting point. And of course, some of the region have more detailed information, better information, but not all. So, and then Copernicus comes in and so on. So, and that's all the, let's say, the aim of us, what we are doing, that everyone has the equal opportunity to start with.
Very, very briefly, just to add one point, because this handshaking between the European level and the regional level is essential, is fundamental. And so within Copernicus, starting from the atmospheric monitoring service first, and now all the other services as well, we are developing a national collaboration program. And the idea is really to support different nations down to the regional level to ensure that they can best use the information available from Copernicus and ensure that the information they have, like in many cases, it can be better at the local level than the one available at the European level, can be used in the same setup.
If I may add to this, I think we need something that is easy to use and easy to access. What I hear sometimes from the regions is, look, I don't have time to look at your website, to go through all the information that is out there. So the question is maybe to the agency and also to you, Carlo, how we can make sure that there is a program for training the trainers to really start having this as a simple, instructions. How do I do, classical, mapping of out of the data? How do I get at least a basic, fast, rapid climate risk assessment for the given territory, and how to act, and how these people can help the local authorities, because this is what they essentially need.
Maybe we can take a couple of questions online.
Carlo wanted to say something.
Really short, super short reply, just to your question. We put aside something in the order of 6-7 million to support that interaction with national level, so that the different region, different nation can decide what they want, right? It can be training, it can be a user interface, it can be a different data set. So we put the resources we had to facilitate the program. It's not enough, but it's a starting point.
Another one from the audience at home. We have some
from the audience. I think I have Roman there.
And there is another one there. Excellent. And three.
We have 5.
3 maximum for the moment.
Roman, you go.
Thank you very much for the great presentations, Elena Van and EIB. Struck by all these messages, really interested in your view. How do we make adaptation a priority in the context of competing short-term, medium-term political priorities, and what role do you see for engaging with the public, with the citizens, in creating that demand for greater adaptation investment? When we see the news about all of this that you've presented, I think the conclusion is often more mitigation, yes, but how do we also get the message out there that it's also more adaptation investment? Thank you.
Please.
Well, I think that we know that part of the answer, possibly to your question. I think part of it is reframing the problem, or reframing the issue. In a sense, talking about climate has been dominated by talking about mitigation, which is clearly the moral question and has so many implications. At the same time, we are already living in a climate that bears very little resemblance to the climate in which our civilization developed. So let alone the future, even just for the present, we need to adapt. And in that sense, part of the key to that difficult nut to crack is to say, well, we do know something about that. We don't know everything, far from it, but we know something, and that something can be used to make our life easier. And I think this changes the conversation, is an opportunity to reduce our risk, to maximize the benefit we can get from this new setup. And in that conversation, the role of the users, the role of the region, the roles of stakeholders on the ground is fundamental. It's not about pushing data or science onto people. It's really engaging with the people, understanding what the issues are on the ground, and then provide that little bit of information that we know something about in the future. Because clearly, in each and every of the decision process that are part of the climate risk assessment or of the policy, there are so many factors that are non-climatic that are very important. The thing is that the little climatic factor is something we can, to some extent, predict, and this is an asset, and we should be using it better than we are using it now.
Maybe
another 5-7 minutes.
Okay, we have here, I think we have Roman, and we have someone here, and there.
Elena wants to say something.
I just wanted to turn it into a private, into private conversation. But I must say, when we talk about the adaptation, that is something where you see the difference with the investment you do. Just to say, you don't fight the floods with solar panels, so people do see the difference by an intervention against a certain climate risk. But I fully agree with Carlo in terms of reframing. And what was a shocker for me, I had a conversation in Czechia with a friend who tried to explain to me that the ecology should be thought after we have satisfied all the basic needs, the Maslow pyramid, and you are happy, etc. And so ecology comes, more on the top. And I say, yeah, but the ecology is part of your basic needs. Do you take it as such, and of the function of the society as such? And I think, it was a shocker for him, highly educated person, doesn't work in the ecology, but does work in the first aid. He has a company of ambulances. And so I think, this made him think differently. And this is what, with the European climate risk assessment, I think we achieved, and with the narratives, is to bring adaptation as part of the societal function, as part of the basic need, because this is something that is close to a human, and you accept it. It's not anymore a remote topic. When I started working on adaptation, and I always had the impression it's super complex, as if somebody would like just to complexify something that is essentially relatively simple, relatively simple. We are subject to impacts, and we need to get ahead of these impacts before they do materialize or minimize them to the minimum. And I still, remember my grandma having these barrels for rainwater to have it for the scarce, weeks for her garden, etc. So very simple things.
Thank you. Anne van den Berg with the European Environment Agency.
Higher.
Thank you. Speak up more.
Yes, please.
Hanne van den Berg with the European Environment Agency, and sorry for those around me because I'm shouting out. Thank you very much to all speakers for really setting the tone for these two days. I was very happy to hear this notion of justice and these socioeconomic concerns being raised in actually almost all of the talks this morning. I have a question specifically for Elena. What do you see as the biggest barriers when it comes to integrating justice concerns into adaptation at member state level, and specifically in the implementation of adaptation actions? What we see is that already in the planning, there's a lot more regard for just resilience, for social vulnerability, but somehow the implementation of these concerns seems to be lagging behind. I would love to get your view on that, and also maybe what the Commission could do to support member states, in addition to initiatives like the Mission on Adaptation to Climate Change, of course, at the regional community level. What else could the Commission do? Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a brilliant question, of course. And what shocked me personally when we did the assessment of the progress on adaptation in different member states, there was a question, do you have any interactions with vulnerable stakeholders? Did you do? And most of the answers were no. And I think, as a matter of fact, I know many member states have no clue what the vulnerable populations are. You have some countries, my country, for instance, typically we know you have the Roma, settlements that are really, but then, there are so many socioeconomic factors that are not only income related, that are simply not mapped at the member state level. And I see it also from the just transition discussions. The just transition is really oriented as carbon intensive regions. So typically coal exiting regions. And I think very fast we will have also the maybe car producing regions and you name it. And even there, the progress on preparing plans, on planning measures has been pretty slow. So for me, the real barrier is already the awareness raising to have some sort of understanding of mapping of who the vulnerable groups are, and many times these factors are really outside the ministries of environment. I mean, these are socioeconomic factors, and often I don't know whether the data is being gathered, whether you have a particular age group maybe in the city centers that normally are very difficult to green or to shade and so on. So that for me is a real barrier. Member states already on energy poverty, despite the recommendation on energy poverty, there are a few countries that have really identified these. So for me, that's where it should start. And I can commit to, we really want to push the just resilience discussions further. We know that we are, again, like adaptation, lagging behind mitigation. We will be lagging behind the just transition debate, but this needs to be definitely broadened and brought into picture. If not, and we see already the societal polarization and the sort of groups that feel to be let on their own without the sort of prospect of help, they quickly join, short fixes, political movements, etc. So there is really, I think this is the duty of the society to make sure that these people are not left on their own. They are supported, they are helped as part of the community. And this is possible. We have seen in some, mitigation related projects, we have seen very good examples. For instance, there was in Hungary, I worked with a coordinator in a Roma settlement on installing solar panels and heat pumps that was really working very, very well. So there are possibilities. There's definitely a way how to address it.
Okay. Now, I'm afraid we're running out of time. So I'm going to ask the three persons that have been holding their hands to ask a question, and I will ask the panelists to answer the question.
Roman from EIB as well. Thanks for the great presentations. I have a question that relates to your point of framing adaptation as a tragedy of common and perhaps a market failure. And I'm wondering, do you see a role of public subsidies and incentives to overcome this, similar as we've done it for mitigation, bringing out the technology for renewables with feed-in tariffs, subsidizing EV adoption, etc. Are you thinking about a role of these instruments for adaptation as well? And the second question that I'd like to sneak in is on those areas where I think the challenges for adaptation are really compounding. For example, transboundary approaches, industrial policy, and networks that are transboundary. Is there a role for the Commission to play to really, rally everybody to creating investment programs that can address adaptation in the European Alps, and address adaptation in priority industrial sectors like chemistry or any of the more innovative things? because these things are also linked, right? We need to ship our products on those rivers that come from the Alps to the ports, etc. So I think this is too much for individual member states, and I wonder, is the Commission looking at a specific role to help overcoming these specific boundaries? And finally, given that I've just registered for the European elections in June, how do you see all of this translated into the next Commission?
Have time to answer all of this, but please, there is another question here, I think.
Yeah, hi, I'm Anna from EIB and lead on adaptation. I just wanted to ask whether there's a planned response for the EU climate risk assessment beyond the communication.
Another one there, and here.
Hi, I'm Milko from Croatia. I'm more of a practitioner actually, and I'm working on climate proofing on local levels, so supporting cities. So what I can tell you from the local level that we are kind of, failing. We're failing because we are not loud enough. That's one thing, and the other thing is because we're not doing things systemically. So we're doing it one-off, sporadic projects, and that's not going to lead us anywhere. We're creating silos on the local, regional, and national levels of climate adaptation. We are going to end up in a pitfall, and we are not going to get anywhere. I can tell you, and I can assure you that, because if you don't tackle things like spatial plans, budgets, we're nowhere. I can tell you that we can do it on sporadic projects, it's okay, but if you don't do it systemically, we're not going to do anything. And, we don't even need those numbers. We can feel it already in the local and regional level. And if you don't do it systemically with a strong signal from the Commission and from the EU level, we're not going anywhere. So this is more of a comment than anything else.
I'm
Federation from Central Denmark Region Delegation. Now I have a question for clarification for Elena. Did I understand you right that the do no significant harm now also includes adaptation? And how would it work in practice? It's not a small question, it's probably a big question. And because there's grey infrastructure, there's green infrastructure, and what is by definition doing harm and not. So that would be of interest to know in the future. And I think if everything we did no significant harm, Paolo might lose his bet. So let's try to help him lose his bet.
I think it's a safe bet.
Instead of an answer, trailer of the answers. 1 minute of trailers.
I have to be very quick indeed. On the do no significant harm, adaptation was always part of the do no significant harm, maybe overlooked by some, but how to address it? Essentially, the main tool is the climate risk assessment. You do no significant harm to an asset or to an economic activity, and you see how this economic activity, if not, properly taking into account the risks, the climatic risks, how it can impact the environment. And it's rather systemic, it's rather looking at how you can undermine the adaptation of others. So just to reassure you, it's been always part of it. Is the most difficult part. I'm told by colleagues from the Commission, your part is the most labor intensive. We know, because it is difficult to do something from if you have overlooked it for decades, but it's an important reflex to be taken. To the gentleman in the back, hello, I was in Croatia 2 weeks ago on a sort of roadshow, as we call it, to discuss the recent, climate communications. And I can tell you, it's one of the countries that indeed already suffers, that over decades already has internalized some of the activities, but I see a lack of capacities, already going from the ministry. There are 3 people working with climate from the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, so even the climate is not visible in the ministry denomination, doing their utmost. I think they do what they can do. One of them is more known in Brussels than your Prime Minister, because she has been in the business probably for 3 decades. But I fully subscribe to what you say, systematically and systemic. This is what we always say in our communication, the sort of patches of projects without, the fragmentation, pulverization of efforts is not helpful. So the message is out there for sure. To you, I mean, as I said, we are from productions to sales, you know, we produce the communication, we are into sales because it's not, you know, the member states, the different authorities have to somehow integrate this into their thinking. So now our focus is really on the council. We are going into different working party settings like tourism, energy, food, industry, etc., because we really see a huge awareness gap, huge on something that we thought is so obvious. Everybody talks about weather in the little chit chat, etc. Well, weather, if you replace it by climate, you know, you can talk about weather and, you know, you can say how it changes, not discussing climate or not discussing El Nino, etc. And still there is a huge awareness gap. But definitely, I think even the strategic agenda of EU leaders talks about the Europe that needs to look into the new climate realities that we take as the invitation to move and to go further. So this is what we are preparing for. And of course, after the elections, let's see it. But what I'm saying, adaptation is an agenda that is not conservative, not liberal, etc. It cuts across all political spectrums. So that's for sure. and with you, I'll have a coffee. Okay.
Okay, we go to the coffee, we continue the conversation, but there is something I want to say to Eva, because Eva said depression. You said depression. Where is you? Exactly. And we understand. We listen to Carlo. What we feel is despair, go to glass, and depression.
We are not depressed. We are not depressed. We are not depressed.
Our proposal is to look at science, not the source of depression, but the source of strength and inspiration, because it is the truth. We need the truth, and we believe that the truth is the starting point for the solutions, and we are here for solutions. These are 2 days of solutions. Look at the power that you have in this room. Bear me for a second. How many people from cities and local authorities? Please raise your hand. Look at you. You're running communities and cities, and you have a lot of power. People from networks, raise your hands, any kind of network. Without you, there is nothing. So you are a place of change. People from value chains, everyone affected by disruption in value change, please raise your hand. Value chain is a problem of reputation. And finance, now he is at the time. Finance, yes. Insurance, yes. And then NGOs, civil society, you guys. So there is a lot of power. Look in this small room in small Luxembourg, how much power. So we are here to talk about, yes, it's true. But let's take this as an inspiration for action. Because if this room doesn't take action, who does? So after coffee, we are here for solutions, inspiration, and actions. 11:15, maybe 11:20, but the latest, because we understand that to speak with these three is the most important thing that we are offering. Giving the day. We wanted to give a short video with each of you individually for sure.
We got Can it be done during the 2 days somehow? No, because I have promised to discuss what
we can do it either now after the break or right in front. And then
okay, so before lunch today. I need coffee and I need Where are you from? I'm Bulgarian. Oh, okay. I thought that for your surname. Yes, I grew up in Poland. Ah, okay. That's
It's very easy. There's so much.
Hopefully, that's been sensitive. Listen to my last.
No. Alessandrina is one thing with Alessandrina. Yes. I'm so sorry. The main challenge is to
so much.
Yes.
Not bad. No bad.
Where? In case.
Okay.
Where?
Okay.
Yeah, just fill from there. Where, when, home. Somewhere.
Så kommer ett brev till EIB. Från jävla unghet. Yes. Yes. There you go. Yes.
Of course. ¿Está bien?
Please. Please. Please take a seat. We will resume in a minute. Please take your seats. So the problem, let's say, has been articulated. That was the objective of the first session. We know what we are facing. The problem has been defined, and now we'll move to the next panel, to the next discussion, the planning. We will present how we think at the EIB about adaptation, what is our approach, and for that, I will give the floor to our two most distinguished climate adaptation specialists, Elena and Roman. Please take the floor.
Can I use this phone?
Okay. Thank you, Isidoro, and I guess still good morning to everyone. Thanks for inviting us. We'll be speaking about how we support adaptation in the EIB, what we've learned about that experience on this journey, and how this can inform planning, and how planning basically, in terms of adaptation, is really where everything starts and comes together. And we also have some examples of our work, which my colleague Elena will present after I'm done. And then we really look forward to listening to all the other speakers and how they found solutions. Because frankly, I'm still a bit rattled from Carlos' intervention this morning, the 2023 I can't even spell the word right. It's really shocking to see how fast things are moving, and what it means for us in the bank, in our work, for us as a society. As someone said, for our children, I'm having these same thoughts, and it just is extremely motivating to think about the solution, right? We are not ducking away from the problem at the EIB. We really want to be part of the solution, and I will tell you to what degree we've already progressed on this. So let's see if this works. Okay, so first of all, we are absolutely on the same page with what we've heard with the previous speakers. We have a very strong recognition in the bank, and we need to prepare better, that we need to do this as a bank and with our clients and partners and beneficiaries of our lending in a very systematic way. And before I go into detail, I'm showing you this slide because it's so important to acknowledge that the consistent and strong policies that we receive out of Brussels, the priority you all put to adaptation is a key cornerstone for us as a platform to start making this a priority for the EIB as well. And we spoke also about policy translating into action. I think there were some really, really important milestones that got a lot of reception here in the bank, which includes certainly the EU taxonomy for sustainable finance, which basically gives us a common language on how we speak about adaptation. It just reinforces that adaptation is a process-based activity that is location-specific, and that is so important to have this common language around adaptation, which we frankly didn't have in that form. It's so important to have this for the private sector, to have this for the financial industry as well, and the taxonomy is really establishing this for the first time. Now, it doesn't mean that taxonomy is already perfect out of the gate. I mean, it's like with every new regulation. It can be, you can learn a lot from implementing it, especially when we hear adaptation is the most difficult part. I think Elena mentioned it before. We see our clients are also struggling with this, and we are keen to help them. But there is much more. The Corporate Social Responsibility Directive is extremely visible here at the EIB. For our corporate clients, we will benefit tremendously from private sector and corporate entities to disclose on their physical climate risk exposures and on the measures they take to reduce the risk. This is so important for us. And we are really interested to see how the first reporting cycles next year will look like. There's also strong banking supervision on climate and environment risk that the ECB has put in place, which the EIB adopts by mandate. We are not a regulated bank, but we do adopt these supervisory expectations and implement them in everything we do. So having all of these very important orientations on the regularity side is extremely important for us to build a platform on the EIB to become part of the adaptation, to become part of the solution to and promote and scale up adaptation finance. Now, does it mean we know what to do? Is it all we need to just, move the needle on adaptation? It really isn't, unfortunately. And that's why we felt we need, I hope the slide goes. Yes, we need our own adaptation plan for two main reasons: to continue building the capacity on adaptation in physical climate risk management in the bank itself. It's still a learning curve for us at the EIB. And obviously, second motivation is that we can better support our clients and partners that we work with. So we approved the adaptation plan in 2021, and we are pretty much in the middle of implementing it, and we feel it's more relevant than ever before. So it hasn't aged at all, and we're really happy to have this. And we will look into what we've learned in 2025 again to take it forward after this time, in line with our Climate Bank roadmap process. So extremely important experience for us. It's the first adaptation plan we ever had in the EIB. We decided to put it in place to support the EU adaptation strategy. That was a very conscious decision, and I think it was really good to do that. And like I said, our plan just stays relevant in line with the policy priorities that we are seeing coming out of Brussels. So our plan is really centered around three main goals. The first one, and that really resonates very well with what we heard in the first session today, is to support more smarter and more systemic adaptation. This begins as a bank for us to by rethinking how we engage with our clients, how we prepare projects, what role we play in bringing projects on the way that can be financed and scaled up over time and made better even with repeat investments over a very long-term client-bank relationship. And that means we need to change, we needed to really change or start change how the EIB works for adaptation specifically. It means that we need to be much earlier part of the conversation for preparing projects. And you see the adaptation days are one of the many solutions that we are trying out to make this a reality. Then we needed to go back to our advisory and technical assistance offerings, and you will hear more about it tomorrow in a dedicated session. It's extremely important and exciting for us to have a dedicated advisory platform for adaptation. So that is available to our clients already now, and you can talk to us about it whenever you want. And then lastly, the point on systemic adaptation really resonates with Carlos' presentation earlier and the one on the UCRA. We really want to benefit from the data, the improving, ever improving availability of climate data, to have adaptation projects that move from incremental, small-scale interventions in projects to more programmatic approaches, to more systemic approaches. The climate data that we have, the assessments that are relying on these data, is that's so important to make this happen. It's really a cornerstone of that. So we've written all of this down in our adaptation plan to mandate ourselves and to work on this and support our clients on that same journey. So goal 2 is obviously about financing, because we are a bank. Scaling up finance makes us happy. So we came up with a lending volume target. So in essence, it means we want to triple our adaptation finance, increase it by 3 times by the end of 2025. We are not there yet. It's turning out to be a really ambitious goal for all the reasons that we discussed also earlier today, and that we'll be discussing here in the Adaptation Days. We sometimes are surprised to not see more adaptation projects, especially dedicated adaptation projects coming to the bank. And we really want to be part of changing that. And that's part of our plan. And in order to motivate ourselves, we have a lending target. And finally, there is the international action angle. We really want to focus more and do more adaptation for the most vulnerable communities and regions on the global scale. Like Elena said, if resilience isn't built outside of the EU borders, we will also be affected by that. So that's our plan. And just to give you an idea what this can mean in practice, we've identified key investment areas as part of the EIB adaptation plan. There is not a catalog of things that is exclusive. So basically, if you have a project idea that doesn't fit into any of these boxes, that doesn't mean that the EIB cannot finance it. But we looked at what we've done in the past. We've assessed what the bank traditionally does. We've assessed what we are already doing, or what we have already been doing back at that time in the adaptation space. And we've identified these key investment areas as something where the bank can immediately add a lot of value and really help scaling up adaptation finance the most efficiently. So this is, for many of you, that will not be too surprising, but I will nevertheless go through this, because I want anybody who feels, who works in these areas, to feel encouraged to approach us and talk about your adaptation ideas. So obviously, water is front and center. It's where the EIB already does most of the adaptation finance. And it really boils down to coping with too much and too little water. So everything that falls under that concept is really interesting for us, and we can finance that. Food systems, clearly, we heard about it today. We need to change the way how we produce food and increase the resilience there. That goes hand in hand with other natural resources, forests and ecosystems. We're not seeing enough adaptation in forests. We're not seeing enough courageous investments in adaptation in ecosystems, and we would really like to do more. And that the projects that we have done in the past are very dear to the bank. So some of these projects are really landmark projects, and we'd like to see more. Urban development is a huge area. We've been part of the mission on adaptation with regions, conversations. We are doing a lot of financing actually for activities under urban adaptation plans. But again, we would really like to see bespoke investment programs where adaptation comes first, where most of the activities are motivated to increase resilience and contribute to adaptation. We still see too little projects, also we still see too many projects where adaptation is like a smaller component, or where it is mainstreamed into some incremental changes in the overall approach, while the overall approach is a rather traditional territorial development approach. And we'd really like to change that and be able to extend financing to dedicated adaptation envelopes in this sector as well. We talked about transport and energy already. It's the part of the critical infrastructure that keeps us all going, hugely vulnerable, and we really need to do a much better job in protecting these assets. Again, we need more systematic approaches. We still get projects where a section of a motorway gets modernized and then adaptation is part of that section, while we would really like to have a conversation about the whole network. Education, research and development. This is a very important area. We've been financing, for example, naval vessels in the Mediterranean to better understand how climate change affects the waters there. And this is hugely capital intensive, and we can again, the EIB can do a lot more in this realm. We've talked about health. We are doing a lot of financing for hospitals and for research and development in this space as well. A lot more can be done on adaptation, and the EIB is uniquely positioned to do this. And finally, innovation. There's a lot in the technical and digital revolution in supercomputing and AI that can help translating science, translating climate data into services and products in the Union and globally. And we think there's also a huge potential, and we can extend financing there, even through funds that we support. We've been able to support dedicated climate resilience funds in the past. This is a tested model, it's a proven model. These funds are replenishing their capital, and we see, I think, more and more interest in this space as well in the fund sector in the EU. So, bottom line of this slide really is that we haven't really started to do adaptation at the appropriate scale in the EU. And I think it's a positive message, because we see this huge problem, but there's really so much more that we can do. And there's a lot of capital behind it that would be available that's not utilized. There's all the data that's behind this. This is not utilized. And there's a lot of talent and clever people in the EU that can do all of this if we bring it all together. So I see the target that the EIB has is hugely ambitious for the short term. Tripling finance for a public bank in just 2-3 years is immense. But looking beyond this, I think it can be so much more productive public financing in that space for the private sector and the public sector as well. And I think we are just at the precipice of doing this really properly for the next decade. So this is a message of optimism, right? It can really be changed dramatically. So I want to stop before handing over to Elina with just reiterating the importance of climate data and the revolution in this space that we are seeing and witnessing over the last couple of years, how immensely important this is becoming for the EIB. Again, the optimism we have around making adaptation just so much more straightforward and planning in the planning process in the future, so that the struggles we had in the past of really bringing adaptation down to investment decisions, I think they will be considerably less because of the progress in climate data in the future. And what we have done in 2019 is that we have decided to integrate the assessment of physical climate risks in our project due diligence. That was a major step for us. It was hugely challenging, mainly including because of the data gaps. But we've struggled through this and we've benefited from it, because this is a platform for us to look at projects, look at, have a conversation with our clients, specifically on adaptation and managing physical climate risk, to identify the opportunities to deploy EIB lending in order to improve resilience and make the whole project overall a better project. And it all really centers and anchors on the availability of climate data. And we have this fantastic partnership with the Copernicus Climate Change Program by ECMWF. We heard Carlos speaking, there you are, before. And we've started to use Copernicus data in our due diligence, in our technical advisory for our clients, and it was really a game changer. We can benefit from much more higher resolution. So basically, you can really bring down projections to the local level and inform the conversation that you need to have to translate a political priority into engineering and into financial decision making. And the climate risk data that we got from Copernicus has helped us tremendously, and we know this is going to continue at staggering speeds, become even better and more accessible and more actionable going forward. So we are really investing a lot of time to build the capacity in the EIB to make use of this and extend that knowledge as we get better to our clients, and make this available, and you now really inform our financial decision making and our technical support and advisory to our clients to find adaptation solutions and bring them really to a level of maturity where they can be financed, because you can't do good investment decisions without data. And it's the same for adaptation as it is for everything else. So I cannot stress enough how important this is for us and how much potential we see again in the importance of climate risk data. Now, I've spoken about all of this on a fairly abstract level, and that's where I want to hand over to Ellie now, who can talk about how we've applied this in a particular example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just go through a quick illustrative example of how we've done this in practice, speaking to the themes of the power of climate risk assessment, of the power of climate data. And I'll show you an example of a recent technical assistance program that we've done with the island of Ischia in Italy that you may be familiar with. This is part of our ADAPT platform that was mentioned, the dedicated support that we offer to public and private clients in the EU. There'll be a dedicated session later on. So I'll just show you an example of what we've done so far. As you may know, Ischia is an island in the Campania region in southern Italy, just off the coast of Naples. In 2022 was hit by a devastating landslide event that took place following an extreme precipitation event, exacerbating some of the impacts of earlier earthquake damage on the island. 12 people died, massive damages to infrastructure. Just the cost alone to the tourism sector was estimated at 48 million euros, and not even taking account all the personal infrastructure of houses that were lost. And so the EIB, as part of our support to post-disaster reconstruction of the island, we offered a technical assistance program to look at what are the future risks of climate change, what are the future impacts of climate change, to be able to inform building back better of infrastructure on the island, but also implementing adaptation investments, adaptation options that look into future risk, with a particular focus on landslides and flooding. We did an identification of adaptation investment options for the key sectors on the island, identified together with the special commissioner structure that's been put in place for the island to coordinate reconstruction, and looked at really across the sectors, what are the future impacts and what can we do about them, and also a cost-benefit analysis of the various projects and options to be able to better compare options as well. And I'm just going to say very quickly that while this is an example of a public public-facing support and public investment into adaptation. Similar methods would be very much applicable to private actors, assessment of networks, for instance, that we did for roads, for buildings, etc. And so some of these methods and results, I think, will resonate beyond the public setting. So what did we do? We did climate analysis for the past, current and future climate in Ischia. We were very happy to collaborate, actually tens of collaborators in this project, from local communities to some of the research institutes. And for the climate analysis, we were very, very lucky to have the Center for Mediterranean Climate Change as part of this work. And we had access to a very high resolution data set for this region, which was actually very instrumental given the very specific and complex climate of an island that has such a complex and a unique topography. So being able to go at very local level, data set at 2.2 kilometers resolution was very impactful. We looked at 3 scenarios: high, low, medium emission scenarios, and looked at 13 climate variables up to the 2050 period. And this very much aligned with the approach of the Italian National Adaptation Plan that came out December last year. The key findings won't surprise you in the light of what we've heard today. Extreme heat becoming much more of an issue, less need for cooling, of course, as a result. Strong increases in future incidents of wildfire projected. The intensity of rainfall also projected to increase, and with alongside a decrease in seasonal precipitation, particularly in the summer seasons. Moving to the impact side, I'm giving a very sort of condensed version of this analysis, but we do see an expected increase in more extreme flood events for the island of Ischia. So with the extreme precipitation events more likely to increase, we see that becoming more of an issue, with the island being very small catchment areas, having also this kind of precipitation driven flood trend. And here on the map you see some of the potentially flood prone areas on the island. Similarly for landslides, with increasing precipitation, having very tall trees, forest management stopped on the island around 50 years ago. So having this combination of more frequent extreme weather, potentially more frequent extreme precipitation events with tall trees on slopes that have very little soil on them can actually then be the starting point of future landslides as well. Coastal flooding, here on the map you see a combination of sea level rise projected to 2050 with storm surge and wave action, and that gives us an indication of what coastal areas are subject to the risk of flooding in the future. And of course the message being that many of the areas that are already impacted will be more impacted. Areas that haven't been impacted will need to consider this going forward. We then came up with a range of adaptation recommendations across sectors. So there are 8 of them actually. And this is just giving some highlights, also taking into account some of the cost-benefit analysis results that were done. We had as a starting point some of the early identified interventions by the local stakeholders. So this very much builds on the reconstruction plan, the program in motion already. Early warning systems, being able to actually have sensors in place that detect hazards in advance, deliver the warnings to the local people as a key recommendation, something that wouldn't cost too much and has a potentially huge benefits. Critical infrastructure around the heliport on the island, the hospital, the roads connecting to it. We see a need for more coastal and coastal erosion, as well as landslide protection measures there. Same goes for coastal structures more broadly. Some of the existing structures already stressed, more robust solutions needed, and a strong recommendation for nature-based solutions around that as well. Water and wastewater network improvements were also identified, things that will have benefits beyond the adaptation angle, but also critical from the point of view of future flood and landslide events. Same tourism, very, very important for the island. So strong message around protecting some of those key sites where it's feasible and possible. Forest management, again, preserving those trees that are very tall, shortening them down, coppicing, I think it's called, and retaining the roots to be able to stabilize soils has very, very strong benefits as well. And we've also provided technical design recommendations that are being already implemented in the reconstruction plan. EIB is providing finance to this broader program, and we're really happy to see this example of climate data planning, influencing the planning process and also the future implementation of adaptation investment options. So just to conclude on our presentation, I think what we see, good climate data can enable good investments more broadly. As we've heard, we have unprecedented access, particularly in the EU, to state-of-the-art climate data. We have the wonderful platforms in place through Copernicus, through the EEA Climate Data Explorer. This data is there and ready to be used. And as Roman mentioned, it can really play a very powerful role in the identification of dedicated adaptation investments, of being able to build systemic resilience in Europe. We also know that despite the huge advances that we've had in this space, actually translating climate data into specifications that can be taken on by engineers is still challenging. We often identify new issues and new needs for analysis, and that was actually some of the key recommendations from our Ischia work, identifying kind of these are the bits that we cannot answer, these are questions we cannot answer now, and these are the questions you need to answer to be able to implement given solutions. But despite that, the emergence of this new language, shared language, through the taxonomy, through other developments, is really a key development. We see that having a shared language between engineers, climate scientists, financiers, and policymakers is really coming about, and that's very exciting. And it really points to the power of collaboration across actors, across disciplines. And that's why we're so happy to hear more from some of our clients and partners in this session and learn how you're doing it in practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ronan and Elina. Hold your questions, because at the very end of this 2 case histories and a panel of 4, we will have a conversation of everyone with everyone. So you stay there and we will talk to you later. Let's deep dive into the sectorial approach to planning. And we will start with 2 case studies, one from Spain, one from Portugal, and then we will have a panel of 4 magnificent guests. So let's start with project 1 from Spain. Let's talk about railway industries. We have Violeta González Aleñar from ADIF, Technical Manager for European Funds and Project Finance, Adaptation and Resilience of Railway Infrastructure. Violeta, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, as she said, I come from ADIF. ADIF is the national railway company. We are in charge of planning, designing the new railway, construction, maintenance and renewal, but also from traffic management and capacity allocation. We are not in charge of the trains that use the infrastructure. This is our railway network. We have high speed and regular network here. And also we are in charge of the stations. We have been working with the European Investment Bank since 1982 in what in those days was Renfe, the Spanish railway company those days, that after a few years split into Renfe, that is in charge of the trains, and then ADIF, that we are in charge of the infrastructure. We've been working with them for a long period then. So in that map, in the Spanish railway map, you can see all the lines where the European Investment Bank has been working with us, have been giving us loans. And we have a current status of loans of 11,500 million euros. And we are working now with them in evaluating 2 new projects, the Burgos-Vitoria high-speed line and the renovation and improvement program of the existing railway lines that we already have. At national level, we have a national adaptation plan, and in that plan, it says that all our infrastructure has to be assessed in climate adaptation for 2030. We took that in our master plan to combat climate change also, and we assessed a standard, internal standard of how to assess this climate adaptation and risk analysis for our railway network. Not only the new ones, that was an easier way, but also the existing, that is the largest that we own, of course. This first edition was approved in 2020, in January 2020, after 2 years of working on it. I will come up about that later on because it was a work that we began with JASPERS as part of the European Investment Bank and the European Commission. This standard is based, of course, in the European methodologies. It's based on the previous methodologies that the speaker was showing, and also JASPER's methodologies. But we adapt it for our network of what do we do, what do we have. Until now, we have assessed high-speed lines mostly, but we have finalized it in December 23, also our commuting areas for the recovery and resilience plan. All this work comes from the necessity that European funds have asked us to do. In the ERDF 2014-2020 period, they asked us to assess this climate adaptation of the projects that we were receiving funds. So we began with that, and they were high-speed lines. But now in the recovery and resilience plans, we have the DNSH, and of course, it has adaptation as one of the 6 pillars of the DNSH. And then we have to assess all the different lines that we have in this recovery and resilience plan. Spain, I think we are just after Italy in the money that are receiving from this plan. In terms of railways, we are getting almost 6,000 million from Europe for railways infrastructure. So we have a lot to cover and many lines to assess. In this map, you can see the lines that are right now in European funds, ERDF, CEF, or in the Recovery and Resilience Plan. So our expectation is that at the end of 2025, we have covered almost 70% of our network. So we will then continue with the rest of our network, and obviously, if a new line is added to European funds, it will be assessed before that point. But it has been the prioritization in terms of European funds. Our collaboration with JASPERS began in 2018 as we had to begin with this assessment of climate adaptation for the ERDF funds, and we didn't really know where to begin. So we talked with JASPERS, and we organized together a workshop in Madrid with JASPERS and the Spanish Climate Agency, and some of the colleagues that are here were there explaining us how to begin with this. And after this, we had our standard. Since then, we have been doing our assessments, and last year we began to work with JASPERS again in how to see all the climate things that we are doing in ADIF, because ADIF is a really big company, and ADIF have a big network that has to be perfect for the trains to go, freight and passengers. So how are we doing with the climate. So Jaspers and Adif began this assignment to identify all the different things that we were doing already, propose recommendations based on this analysis, and helping us to seize opportunities of growing importance of climate change adaptation in the European Union in terms mostly of funds and grants. So climate change and impacts are faster than anticipated, of course. How can we do it with them, with all the requirements that comes from Europe? I don't know in other countries, but in Spain, all these requirements come from Europe before than from national legislation. So at the end, European Funds Department is the one that is asking the rest of the company, we need to assess this. Even we don't know yet how to do it, but we have to begin to work with it. And it also gave us new opportunities to know our company and our network better and to know how to improve it. So we have to take into account the two documents that we have, that is the master plan to combat the climate change and our methodology. We have been reviewing it for the last year, and we approved the second edition in January 2024. It doesn't mean that every fourth year we are going to change it. We can change it every year if we need it. What we have done in this new version is to adapt it to what we have learned in the past 4 years. As we are assessing many other lines, we are learning and we are viewing much more information, because with the highest speed lines that we assessed at the beginning, they were new, so we didn't have many data. But with the existing network, we have a lot of data of the different things that are happening there. We know where we had floods. We know where we have a slide. We know where we have problems with heat wave on rails. So all that is being taken into account in the assessments that we are doing right now. And what have we been doing with Jaspers till now is that they were interviewing many people in Adif from the different areas and asking all of them, what do you do related to climate? Not climate change, not adaptation. Open your mind. Just think about climate. Of course, if it's not the same answer if you ask them, what do you do related to climate adaptation? Just think about climate. Because, for example, some people that is in charge of the managing of the trains, they will say, I don't do anything related to climate adaptation, but to climate. Oh, yes, of course. If it's too windy, I will reduce the speed of the trains. And if it's really, really windy, then I will stop them. If it rains a lot, I have also things to do with them, projects, everything. And also that they are doing things related to climate, even if it's not written in the projects or anywhere that is related to climate adaptation. So that was a really important part of our work with them, because so many things came out, but they are not tailored. That's what we have to do now, try to see all those things and try to know how to put them together and try to standardize it for the rest of the company, not only for that department. So we had meetings with the strategic and planning project drafting, standard designs, construction, traffic operation, maintenance, and safety and self-protection. This last part was also a big, important part of the meetings that we have to assess all the risk involved in the company. That obviously involves people and freight, a lot of money we have there. So the key proposed actions are in resilience adaptation is that it has to cover, obviously, the whole life cycle. We have to see all these things that we are already doing, one of the problems that we have is that sometimes, I don't want to be really technical, but in the electricity system, you see a project and they say, okay, I'm going to have this into account and I will put this temperature and this wind. And when you try to examine and make the adaptation of assessment of that, you realize that they have taken into account the prediction of the weather for the next 50 years already, but they have not written it down. It's just that it's something that is internal, that for us is in our way of doing things, but without saying that that's adaptation, that we are already adapting. We have the same thing with floods. Of course, we have floods and severe floods sometimes. So technical department have decided to put some things to control the water in underneath drainage, under the platform drainage. So when the water comes to a point, they know that they have to slow down the speed of the trains. And if it's go higher, they will stop the trains. So we are adapting our infrastructure to climate. And we need to make a climate change adaptation investment program. We know after the analysis that we've done already that we have to improve some things, but the main part of the part that is being a bit more difficult for us right now is how to say that in a normal project that we do regularly for a renewal or for a new line, what part of that project can be part of adaptation? Because with our regulation and our standards, it's not said that anywhere. And of course, we have for drainage bigger constructions now that we had 10 years ago. We changed that, but without saying that is adaptation. So how to justify that is the key point right now. And what part of the project is adaptation? I know that the Commission and inside the European Investment Bank have asked us and other railway network to try to assess what part of this project can be adaptation. It's not easy. Many times it's not easy. We cannot say drainage in general, or maybe we can, but we have to go together with you and with the European Commission, because that will be for us the key point for the following investment in the next years. Climate change adaptation investment program has to be built in resilience. It goes together with the European funds. Of course, the recovery and resilience plans, the ERDF, the CEF, Connecting Europe Facility, and obviously it's part of what the European Investment Bank is asking us also to do. And I hope it helped something to show you what are we doing right now in Spain in the railway network.
Thank you, Violeta. All your questions for Violeta, and I would like to welcome Felipe Ferreira from the Lisbon metropolitan area for another very Jewish case history. Please, the lecture is yours.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. I hope to bring some Lisbon sun, but I think I failed. My first words was to thank EIB and Jaspers for all the support they are giving us at Lisbon metropolitan area. They are helping us grow and to help us to understand the complexities and difficulties of having a regional level metropolitan climate adaptation plan, and then to act on it, not have a plan, not only a process with stakeholders, but to make projects, to identify a pipeline of projects and to make it bankable, because in the end of the day, we must step up. And I was listening in the last panel, the colleague from Croatia, somewhere where he was talking about local and regional authorities, and I totally agree with him. We in Europe only win this battle if we can mobilize local and regional authorities. But it's a challenge, not only for us, but not only, for instance, for banking ecosystem. Lisbon metropolitan area, we have 18 municipalities. Lisbon, 1.5 billion budget. Alcochete, 20 million. That's our reality. But we cannot win this with Alcochete and that 20 million budget. And we must step up, and I think the work of these metropolitan areas like mine is to engage all of these stakeholders and make them realize that together we can do more. And I think this is a challenge not only for Lisbon, but for all regional metropolitan areas all around Europe. Well, first of all, I'm going to present Lisbon metropolitan area. We represent it in 18 municipalities. We have almost 3 million inhabitants. I remember Portugal, it has 10 million inhabitants. And we represent 36% of Portuguese GDP. We are in Portugal, we are called the intermunicipal entity, but we only have 2 metropolitan areas. It is Lisbon and the Porto metropolitan area. Regarding the contents, our approach regarding climate adaptation, it is a public process view. Of course, we could mobilize other frameworks, but we tend to see it as a public policy problem, because at the end of the day, we must be very systemic. We must be very systemic, we must be very concrete, and we began in agenda setting, policy formulation, policy implementation, monitoring and evaluation. Sometimes we are a little bit slower, but I think we must be very concrete. We must be very systematic regarding our approach, because one mistake and we can bring years of work down the drain. Regarding the first part, we have already worked and done and formulated metropolitan plan for adaptation at Lisbon metropolitan area. It was a great endeavor. We have talked with, it was a multi-level governance approach. We have talked and worked with stakeholders from local government, regional government, national government, NGOs, civil society entities. It was really, I would say, a pleasure to work on this, and it was possible to engage everybody, to build and to work regarding this metropolitan plan. But of course, if everything is a priority, nothing is a priority. And of course, with our technical teams and our technical advisor, we have identified 4 major priority risks in the Lisbon metropolitan area: floods, droughts, sea level rise, and high temperatures and heat waves. Regarding this process, it was a very complex, it was a very governance-based process, and we have created a metropolitan adaptation agenda with the 4 priority climate risks, 13 strategic objectives, and 76 adaptation measures. And I think this laid the playing field for what? For the next steps regarding climate adaptation, because in Portugal we have some problems. We are very, very good doing strategies and plans. Oh, we are the best. But the problem is, and so, next steps. What we'll do with the paper that we are creating. And our challenge, not only in Lisbon, but in our public policy landscape, it's to plan ahead and to think what we're going to do with this, because the groundwork, it's already done. It is very well done, very scientific basis. Of course, we have worked with academia, with research centers, with researchers. Of course, science, data. It is impossible to be in a modern public policy process without data and without a proper understanding of the phenomena that lays around us. And we have drafted the metropolitan vision for climate change adaptation, with emphasis in the reduction of the priority vulnerabilities: high temperatures, floods, droughts, and sea level rise. But of course, we have divided our efforts in what? In governance levels, because for us, it was easier for us to have this kind of territorial clusterization. And we have identified, and we with the help of Jaspers, I might say, with great help of Jaspers, we have drafted a survey to our territorial stakeholders regarding their adaptation projects, because we want to know what are they doing, what are financial needs, and what is the project cycle in our metropolitan area. And for the first time in our history, we have something. And this is not, you are laughing, but it must begin in beginning. And that's why we right now, with Jasper's help, we have right now a mapping of climate adaptation projects. We know who are the stakeholders, we know what they want to do, where they want to do, and of course, we are in a bank, isn't it? And what kind of money and how much money they need to finance their activities. This mapping, it is very important because it is embedded in our planning framework. And for us, it is really a challenge to do this kind of, it looks like a simple work, but to interact with dozens of stakeholders with their own priorities, their own agendas, their own settings, it's a welcome challenge. And of course, we have also our own metropolitan plans. And I think for us, it is important because it shows leadership. They may not be the greatest projects in scale, but we need to show that we are leaders on this and we want to be an example for our stakeholders to follow on. And we have identified and we are implementing for metropolitan projects a tsunami warning and alert system in the Tagus River, a forest video surveillance network that right now it is linked with our national surveillance network of forests. We are working we have created a network for food transition in IML, and right now we are coordinators with the City of Milan of the European Union Urban Agenda regarding food. And I was enjoying the presentation when I saw that one of the priorities where I eat is food, because right now, and let me make this speech, I'm sorry, because I'm one of the coordinators of the Urban Agenda. Food systems are of paramount relevance, important for all of us in Europe, not only because of the COVID, not because of the war in Ukraine, but because we as Europe, we need to be more sustainable. We need to have European sovereignty regarding the food that we're eating and regarding the safety of the food that we put on the table of our table and our family's table. And it is very important. And there is money on it. And we are in a bank, isn't it? There is money to be made, because when we talk about food systems, some of us see a lonely farmer in the field working alone. No, the reality, it's a lot different. Right now, food systems is agriculture, is logistical, it's economy, it's commerce, it's trade, it's global trade. It's a lot of sectoral areas that need what? A dedicated policy area. In other words, a silo. I know what you say. Oh, no, another silo. When I was a student in the 90s, a political science student, oh, we have a problem, the silo problem. Right now, I'm a professor at Lisbon University. What I teach my students, oh, the silo problem. Of course, there always will be silo problems, because silo represents what? Silos represents policy areas. Policy areas represent human resources. Human resources represents budget. What we need for the European Union, a dedicated EU food policy. I'm sorry for the pitch, I'm over. Back to climate adaptation at Lisbon metropolitan area. And we have implemented the metropolitan meteorological monitoring and warning network. We are working with Jaspers regarding climate data. Right now, we are beginning to work with Google regarding their climate package, because we are now implementing a new data platform, not only for climate data, but all kinds of data, mobility, transportation, spatial planning. Somebody here talked about spatial planning. We cannot do nothing of this if we don't approach it together with spatial planning. One of the things that we have done regarding our metropolitan climate adaptation strategy, it was to give guidelines and also to give a book to our practitioners regarding how we can embed climate adaptation in our spatial planning framework. And it is very, very difficult. It is very difficult, but we cannot win this war, because this is a war. We cannot win this war if we cannot integrate climate adaptation in this multi-sectoral approach. Right now, right now, when I say right now, it's really right now. My team in Lisbon, it is in a meeting with MI for Adapt Technical Assistance, because we are one of the subscribers of the adaptation mission. And right now we are receiving technical assistance regarding what? The preparation of projects to make it bankable, to bring to whom? To this gentleman, to these nice gentlemen that are in the front rows, because we want to finance at the metropolitan level our climate adaptation projects. And of course, we are a public organization, our resources are scarce, but right now we have some tools that we are now mobilizing, and this adaptation mission, it is one of the tools that we are mobilizing to make us stronger, to make us more resilient, and to make us more prepared to step up and to change the gear for the next level. And now, next steps. Now I'm going to talk about what? One of the things that we are prepared with our stakeholders is what? A mapping of strategic metropolitan plans, and we divide them by our climate priorities. Right now we are working in packages. A package regarding heat wave, a package regarding floods, a package regarding droughts, another package regarding sea level. Because we have two possibilities. One sectoral approach, another territorial approach. Lisbon metropolitan area, we have 18 municipalities, but for us it was very difficult to I'm going to put your municipality together with another one. Sometimes it's not easy. We must be very polite, very educated. But I think in the end, this is the setup that serves us well. To have a sectoral approach, to have 4 pipelines. Right now we are identifying 4 different pipelines regarding climate priorities, and this is one of the endeavors that we are doing with Jaspers to help these projects to have technical density, to make it bankable in the second step. And of course, right now, we are also an intermediate body regarding management of one public policy territorial instrument within the cohesion policy. We are managers of Lisbon Metropolitan Area ITI, and the 2 main priorities of Lisbon Metropolitan ITI are 1, climate adaptation, and 2, mobility. And not by chance, not by accident, these are the 2 areas where we have been working with Jaspers. For instance, Jaspers help us drafting the TOR regarding our SUMP. And it was amazing work. Right now, the SUMP, it is ongoing. It is working very well with the help of Jaspers. But of course, the second priority that we have been working with Jaspers, it was this. Right now, Jaspers has already our list of projects. For them, I'm just chatting now.
Un minuto.
Un minuto? Uno más?
Máximo.
Okay. You are the boss. And we are working in the pipeline of projects regarding our ITI. And just one final word regarding what you identified as policy gaps, because it is very important. And I'm here talking to you regarding the gaps and several mismatches that can affect our policy implementation framework. First of all, this is our financial framework for the Lisbon metropolitan area. It is very complex. And we have lots of different instruments, we have lots of different approaches, but at the end of the day, this kind of complexity benefits the larger stakeholders. And in the other panel, somebody talked about justice, territorial justice, and so on. It is a concern because our best and more able stakeholders, they read this and they work it, no problem. But the majority of the stakeholders, they are not so sophisticated, and then they have some scarcity of resources. It is very, very difficult to them to navigate. One of the things that we have identified, there is no mapping of European funding. In Urban Agenda, we are doing that. I talked with the EIB. No problem. I'll send you what I have. EIB Universe, check. I talked with DG Regio. No problem. I know what I have. There is nobody that we have talked about that can map the diversity of the funding and financing framework of the EU for our teams, that for our financial persons in our institutions. It is crazy. This is almost medieval. There is not one stop. There is not one site, one platform that we can learn about all of the frameworks. We are identifying parts of the reality, but at the end of the day, this is almost an impossible job. And the last slide, policy gaps regarding capacity building. We at Metropolitan, we have Urban Agenda, JASPER, ZESPON, but my famous last words, we need to adapt and to be able to tailor-made capacity building regarding territorial needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Give me a kiss.
Thank you, Felipe, and thank you, Violeta. We please hold the questions until we finalize the next panel. We will now have a panel combining corporate, public sector, financial, and insurance. It will complement the framing of the planning session. I mean, we have talked about how we see adaptation, how our clients see adaptation. Before we move, let me introduce you to Elina Roine. Elina was the head of the Climate Office when it was created 4 years ago. Later, she became the director for Operations Support and Climate. I don't know if you have read the book Think Big, Act Small, but Elina is exactly like that, thinking on the big picture and acting on the small things. I have to say, in full disclosure, that she's also my director, but this has very little to do with this warm welcome. Elina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the very kind words, Isidoro. And let me start by saying it's really a great pleasure to be here today. And I would like to welcome everybody here in the room and also online. I would like to now invite the panelists to join me on the stage. Right now, please, come on. And while the panelists are taking the seats, maybe we can move them a bit this way, sort of that to shorten the distance maybe a bit. That's great. Thank you. So while you are taking the seats, we have just heard the previous speakers to talk about their experiences in identifying adaptation and resilience investment needs, how they design and then plan those investments. We will be now diving a bit deeper to these themes, and we will be exploring the drivers for the investment decisions and also the planning a bit more, including the risk identification. We will also then discuss the role of finance, because finance is clearly one of the levers needed to accelerate investment in resilience, preparedness, and adaptation. And with that note, before we start the debate, let me introduce you now to our esteemed panelists. First, we have Elisa Madewi, who is the Corporate Social Responsibility Director at Enedis, France. Enedis is the largest DSO, the distribution systems operator in Europe. And in her role, she is spearheading the company's corporate sustainability policy implementation. Prior to taking up this role, Elisa served as a head of environmental, social, and governance performance at the EDF group. Then we move to our second panelist. Let me introduce you to Geke Feita, director of in the Dutch Insurance Academy. Geke has a long track record in insurance industry, spanning over 20 years. She has held several positions in different insurance-related organizations, including Nationale Nederlanden. Okay, excellent. And in her current role, the responsibilities include innovation and new emerging risks such as climate change and also artificial intelligence. And I think these responsibilities mirror your passion for technology as a trained engineer. And then third panelist, we have Alfonso Uriarte Villalba. Welcome. Alfonso is Director of Natural Heritage and Climate Change and Vice Minister of Environmental Sustainability at the Basque government. Apart from these roles, Alfonso is also a member of Environmental Advisory Council of the Basque government and Committee of Experts of UNESCO Chair for the Urdaiba Reserve. He's also a permanent member of the Board of Directors in the Spanish Conference for Ports and Coastal Engineering. And at the European level, Alfonso is a member of European Fishery Technology Platform and the European Agriculture Innovation Technology Platform. And last but certainly not least, we have Pauke de Vries, who is an advisor to the board of the Rabobank on public affairs and represents the bank's sustainability department. Pauke has held various positions in the bank's economic research and communication departments, and he is currently also a member of the climate adaptation working group, right, in the Dutch Sustainability Finance Platform and the United Nations Environmental Programme Finance Initiative. So with this very esteemed panel, before we start, let me just mention that we have around 45 minutes. I will be very strict with the timekeeping this time. And then we have the Q&A where you can ask questions both to the panelists and all the previous speakers. And with that, let me ask my first question, and that goes to Elisa. In the recent past, Enedis has brought adaptation and resilience very much to the core of its business strategy, and you have increased significantly the investment in preparedness and resilience in your network. If you could tell us what has prompted this development, and what have been the key enablers, and on one hand, and on the other hand, challenges you have faced when shifting your strategy?
Do we need that? I think you do.
So, hello everybody. Very happy to be here with you. As you said, Enedis is a subsidiary of EDF Group. We are owned 100% by Électricité de France, but we have an independent governance. And as you said, a few words about Enedis, we are the largest DSO distribution system operator in Europe, but we cover 95% of French territory. Our job, simply said, is to bring electricity daily to 37 million consumers in France, among which are residentials, industrials, and also professionals. We manage 1.4 million kilometers of network. This is why this is the largest in Europe, and we like to say that is 35 times the tour of air. And Enedis, traditionally, Enedis used to be what we call the last mile player in the electricity value chain in France. Why? Because it was energy producing was mostly centralized, coming from big plants, nuclear, renewables, hydro, offshores, and then delivered to TSO, transportation system operator, and at the end, Enedis, medium and low voltage, bringing electricity to final consumers. But the energy transition and in the past few years has completely and profoundly changed our role. Now, 90% of renewables that are installing in France are directly connected to Enedis network for charging point, wind, solar. And the thing is that for electrifying, because France is committed to be carbon neutral by 2050, and this comes with the era of electrons. Electrons need, in order to pass grids, network. So we have become in a few years a major player of what we call the second electrification of France, and the network we manage the speed of this ecological transition. And this comes with a very ambitious investment program for modernization and resilience. Even though I heard, and I'm completely shared with the previous presenter, that it's very difficult to put the part of what is modernization and adaptation, because it's a whole, actually. And now we have a program by 2040, 96 billion euro investment with a rhythm of 4.4 per annum of investment, and 1.1 is reserved for resilience and modernization. In terms of resilience, Enedis has been forerunner, because I don't know if you remember, as early as 1999, in France we had devastating two storms, Lothar and Martin, and this led us to work specifically in how to assess the impact of physical risk of climate change on our lines and network, and how to prevent them and how to try to mitigate them. An emblematic action that has been created since 1999 is what we call the Rapid Response Force. It's an initiative that Enedis, we can mobilize our technical and human resources when there is extreme climatic event throughout country, and within 20 hours in order to restore power as quickly as possible. We also started to think about what we can call nowadays the adaptation plan from 2006, and we completed our last study in 2020 based on latest IPCC models IPCC models, and this is actually the part of the successful relationship that we have, and for financing the adaptation according to the plan that we have, and we review it every 2 years with our R&D teams also.
Thank you, Eliza. Very, very interesting, and to hear how you have indeed embedded the climate resilience to your business strategy and the business continuation considerations to your decision making. Let me then say that indeed the grids are part of the critical infrastructure that clearly is subjected to the effects of the climate change, but other sectors such as transport, including railways, telecommunication networks, and waterways are also faced with increasing impact of the challenging climate and changing climate conditions. And here I'm turning to Adolfo, the only name that was easy for me to pronounce. I managed to get it wrong. I apologize. Adolfo. Basque government has a quite long track record in investing in climate mitigation, but what about then adaptation? How are you approaching these very diverse impacts the climate is having climate change is having in your region? If you could tell us a bit more about the key challenges you are facing, and how do you prioritize and plan on investments?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to acknowledge or thank the European Investment Bank for the invitation to talk here today and to show you, try to explain you what we have done. And to cut the story short, we started already 20 years ago in our fifth, I think, was environmental framework program. We started already including the climate challenge as one of the objectives, or one of the needs for solutions that we have, that we needed to work with. And then since then, we have been working in many strategies, and we have been hearing today many planning, many things. And now we have come to the point, so in 2019, our Prime Minister declared the emergency on climate action, and what we said, we have got enough plans, now we need to act. We need to do things. And of course, for us, has been always adaptation and mitigation. That have been always the two sides of the same coin. And everything that we have done since is to work at the same level on both things. And the whole story finishes or has got an end point in our law, in our energy transition and climate change law that saw the light or was approved by the beginning of this year, right? And so we give exactly the same priority to mitigation actions as well as to adaptation actions, right? And actually, it's quite ambitious. Some people say it's not enough ambitious. Some other people say it's too ambitious. So I think we are in the right position. And for example, we have in our own law, we say that 2.5% by law of our budget has to be employed in climate action. When I say climate action, has to do with mitigation, of course, but adaptation. And we've got very clear articles on what we have to do in terms of adaptation. Another thing in this short time, I would like to stress or put in value a very important work that has been done in Spain, talking about adaptation, especially on the coast. Most of the coastal, all the coastal regions in Spain have done a very thorough analysis of the risks. So looking at the hazards, the methodology, looking at the hazards, the exposure and the vulnerability of the coast, trying to see what are the risks. So we have got a very good picture on what are the risks on our coast in Spain. In the Basque Country, of course, because I have to speak for the Basque Country, we've done the same analysis. And what I'm always saying to the ministries, we need to go further. We need to now to next step. We need to arm. We start now with pilot projects all around our coast so that we can share experiences. We have started already with our own money, but we need more money. We need a lot of money actually, because we have, I will leave it for the next question, but we have done a thorough analysis of how much money we need to address all these issues, and with the money that we have got in our own budget, it's not going to be enough. And as has been said as well, there are many other needs as well. We've got education, we've got health, we've got many other needs, of course, that take a lot of money. I'm not going to say about the new geopolitical situation in Europe and what's happening, but yes, we need money and to address all these issues.
Thank you. That was a very good introduction to my next question. Indeed, money financing is an important part of the business or the investment decision making, and we have to consider, on one hand, I think the costs that are associated with the effects of the climate change, so cost of losses and damages that has to be considered when investment decisions are made, but also how we then finance these investments going forward on a sustainable basis. And with that, I will turn to Bauke with my next question. How is the financial sector, in your view, addressing the investment gap that we are having, and what are your views on the financing solutions that might be needed to accelerate the funding flowing into the adaptation and resilience?
Yeah, so great to be here. And first, I would like to stress that I believe the financial sector has agency as well. So we have a role to play here. And clearly, I have to say a few words about that before I can get to the solutions. So first, banks, insurers, they price risk. They take risk and they price risk. And if necessary, they will not take the risk. So that's one of the roles in the system. Secondly, of course, we finance the economy. And we're talking about an economy changing, taking better account of climate risks. And this is a role we have to help our clients to get there in the transition. All right, so we have a role and responsibility. What can we do? And what are some of the actions we're taking? So first of all, we work together with clients, with governments, with each other. And today, Geek is also here representing the insurance industry. We work together in the Netherlands for 1.5 years to explore where can we have a joint action plan on this. And also we need to use certain levers. I'll discuss 3 levers shortly, and then come to some of the no regrets and the high regrets. So the first lever is system change. And as a large bank and as a group of banks and insurers, we can help the system to change fundamentally. And these are great words. It's more difficult to deliver. But one example is that the industry has asked for more clarity in regulation. That's not often. We do not often ask for regulation. Here we do. So we asked our government in the Netherlands to pinpoint areas where you should not build anymore. Simply should not. And areas where you can still build, but you have to make modifications. Our economic sectors need clarity. The bank does, but also the economy does. Our clients, they need more specific guidance from governments on how to start acting better. And the National Adaptation Plan is of help. The regional adaptation plans are going to be of help. And I think we will have local adaptation plans that show better what is the agenda of the government. Then turning to another systemic intervention, our government has taken, I think, a good initiative to develop climate adaptation yardstick. And I have to clarify myself, but we will talk a bit about that in more detail. But every new project that is going to be built in our country should meet certain adaptation criteria. And it is not that prescriptive that the government decides this and that and that, but there's a system and every new developer has to score points. And you can take different measures. There's not one solution, but at least you have to show that for these new projects that they are resilient by design. And as a bank, we will support this. We will ask our clients if they use this system. It starts voluntarily. I bet it will be mandatory rather soon. It starts just for the new buildings. I wouldn't be surprised if it is going to be extended for the existing building stock. So that type of instruments has to come from government. If a bank says to a client, I want you to apply this, the client is saying, well, what a strange conversation this is. You have to finance me. You shouldn't put criteria to me. So I gave some examples on the systemic level. The second level is the client engagement. So we will engage, and we are engaging with our clients on what adaptation measures they have taken or are considering. Do they know and understand their own risks? And if the outcome of that conversation is that the client doesn't know it at all, and we have in our own analysis a high risk score of a heat map of a sector, then something is going wrong. And first it's the problem of the client, and later on it's the problem of the bank. So we will ask our clients, get prepared. And clearly they will report more, the CSRD coming in. We will have more information, but this is important to us. And then I'll get to the last point. And this is also, I think, the cooperation that we were taking with the government, and also to open up the discussion a bit further. This joint roadmap that we can have with the central bank, with the ministries. We worked on this topic, and I think it can help to look for opportunities for risk sharing. So I'll give the example of if a client manages to insure his risk and keeps insured because it takes measures, then the bank can continue financing the activity. If, let's say, a company changes its business model into a climate resilient model, we can continue to finance the company. But clearly they need advice, they need inputs from other stakeholders in the system. So on that kind of examples, I can talk a bit more in the panel session.
Thank you very much. I'm hearing transparency through regulation, predictability, capacity building on understanding risks, both in the financial sector, but also at the client level as levers for further financing flowing into the adaptation projects. The insurance sector can be considered as a pathfinder in a way of understanding physical climate risks. But still the sector is scrambling to respond now to the rising frequency and severity of extreme weather-linked events and rising costs associated with those events. According to the data of an insurance broker, Aon, there were around 37 extreme weather events around the world last year that led to each of them individually to payouts of over 1 billion euros, above $1 billion US. And if you consider that this backdrop, how can actually insurance industry further incentivize asset owners to invest in resilience and preparedness? And what can be done to ensure that these assets remain actually insurable, and this insurance cover that is necessary remains affordable to these asset owners?
Yeah, thanks, Elina, for the question, and very happy to be here for you and to speak with you the coming 2 days. I read the report of Aon as well, and yes, we see the claims coming in, so we are not surprised that climate risk impact is kicking in. And for Netherlands, 2021, the weather-related impact, climate-related impact was for insurance sector was almost 500 million. 2022, it was almost 900 million. So we see it coming in, indeed, and feel the urge to be part of the transition. And when you want to raise resilience to climate change and maintain insurability, you have to do three things. You have to limit the chance of something's happening, you have to reduce the impact, and you have to speed up recovery. That's more or less what you have to do. And let me focus on the first two for today. And talking about climate impact in the Netherlands, this is about heavy rainfall. This is about flooding. Okay, also some drought, hail and windfalls. This is more or less, and storms, we're used to it in the Netherlands. So that's indifferent. And in the two factors I just mentioned, the insurance industry has different roles or buttons to push. And starting with limiting the chance, we live in a beautiful delta region, and we're used to fighting water, and our government sees this as their task. We're the ones limiting the chance. And I think that's right, it fits, but we could support as an insurance industry, and we're willing to. So when it comes to financing climate adaptation, high water programs, defending water programs, etc., delivering blue bonds, green bonds, we're happy to take on, to be a part of it and to help financing that. And to also, because this is about prevention, but in Netherlands with earlier programs like Space for the River, we see that
prevention is also coming with nature-based solutions. And it hits both sides. So happy to take on. Reducing impact, and Bauke already said, you have to look to existing assets and new assets. And when it comes to new assets, I think we're more focal than ever, because we were a bit shy when it comes to, okay, here comes the risk. But we're pretty focal now, but okay, where not to build, how not to build. For instance, flood prone in river areas, don't build. Please don't build. When it comes to building opportunities outside of the dikes, okay, could be, but take the measures that are needed to do it in a sustainable way. Because when we build houses, we do it for 100 years when you do it conventionally, so it better last. So we were very pleased. 2 weeks ago, the Dutch government publicized a new map with 4 types of areas. This is where you don't build. Here, this is where you can build. And here you might build if you take measures. So it's opening up the transition that we need. Ooh, my notes. It's opening up the transition that we need to do it jointly. And that's very important. Last remark about existing. This is also about risk awareness. But then in another way, this is about risk awareness trying to trigger investments to make sure that adaptation measures are taken. So this is about insurance companies having programs about green gardens, but also about an early warning system. We work together with our Royal Dutch Meteorological Institute on how to improve our early warning system. And we have clients, we can do engagement. And what we saw after the flooding in 2021 in Limburg, the southern part of the Netherlands, the Institute of Environmental Studies of the VU in Amsterdam, they dive into it. And what they saw is that when people take action, take measures, and it comes from construction like water-resistant flooring towards last-minute actions, move up your stuff, upside, go up. The impact is 20 to 50% on the damage, which is quite substantial. So taking measures also on a consumer level next to state-owned programs, it does matter. And we're happy to engage more to our customers to make sure it happens.
Thank you. We have a second round of questions, but because we are a bit running late in our schedule, I would ask the panelists to sort of limit their interventions to 2 minutes, or just elaborate on the key points. And with that note, I will turn to Elisa again. We have now heard the viewpoints of the financial sector, the banker and the insurer. From your perspective as a project promoter, can you identify gaps that we have in financing and in product offer that would need to be filled for you to further accelerate your investments?
Well, I think as it was mentioned previously, the gap, and we are feeling the gap in France, is the role of government. And the thing that it has to be said that for many years, all the companies, all the governments, especially in Europe, we were all focusing on reducing CO2, and all the investment were focusing on how to decarbonize the economy. And now, when we say that we need to face the more and more frequent extreme weather, extreme climate hazard, the French government has released 2 months ago the national plan on adaptation, and has asked for public companies like Enedis to set an example, to be exemplary, and to be coherent between the risks we see and the CapEx plan that we put in front in order to adapt and to resilient. Even the Court of Auditor has published a real report for all the sectors, underlining that for many years, the adaptation for all the sectors has been underestimated, and they even talk about the cost of inaction. What is really important for us and the challenge for Enedis is that how to actually, we have in one hand all the data that was said in previous presentation, IPCC model, that's something. The degree of uncertainty of some situation are really high. And the thing is that how we can put the cursor in the best area of investment in order to make responsible choices, because as a public company, we are regulated, and our aim is to do the best possible use of public fund, and also, which is very important, is to control the evolution of what we call public electricity utilization, network utility tariff, because all our decisions will have an effect in the French people electricity bill. So an energy transition, we know that has to be also just a transition. So in this fact, we have really to work together with our investors, with our insurers. I think that we still are working like traditionally in silo as a contract, and we have all the data, we have the same data, the same model. The problem is not the lack of data, the problem is to share our hypothesis in order to make to have at least the same interpretation of what is going to happen, and then to move together. And just to conclude, I think that when in the national plan, the government is saying that we have to prepare to living in France with +4 degrees. This means that it's a real revolution. It means that it's not only the affair of our own assets resilience, it's only how we are going to prepare the working condition. Are we going to keep the same working hours on our work site where we are connecting networks, you know? So all these questions go behind, and adaptation need a really holistic and systemic vision. And that is why at Enedis, we really believe that resilience must give way to adaptation, because anyhow, as a responsible company, we have to anticipate and to avoid what will be unmanageable, and try as efficiently as possible to control what is inevitable.
Thank you. You mentioned indeed the need for collaboration and working across the silos to build jointly the business case for adaptation and resilience. And with that, I'm turning to Adolfo. You previously alluded to the budgetary financing and as a source of funding, but when the budgetary funding is often scarce, the fiscal space is not always there. From your perspective, what could the financial sector do better in terms of helping you to fund and accelerate, again, catalyze these investments? Where do you see the need for further development in terms of financial products and solutions?
Yeah, well, as I've said at the beginning, we've done a thorough analysis of our risk, and I'm talking only about the coastal risk. And we have found out that for the next 5 years, only in 2030, we need approximately 13,000 million euros, or 13 billion euros. We have done an analysis as well that this will mobilize investment that has to come from private and public, from the private and public administrations, of course. We have seen that this will approximately mobilize another 25,000 million euros, and it will help to stabilize and create around 113,000 jobs. So for us, what we are always saying is that for us, climate change is an opportunity. We have to sell it like an opportunity. We have to change many things, of course, and change is always difficult for society, but we need to start changing already. And I think that we have managed, or we have succeeded actually in the Basque Country to be quite good in the public awareness. Among the three most important things for our population is climate change, one of them. If you ask people what are your concerns, climate change comes always in their minds. So for us, this is very, very important. We of course, I mean, if we talk about the coast, for example, 65% of our population lives close to in 10 kilometers from the coast. 65% of our population. We are not very big. We are only 2.2 million inhabitants, but this means quite a lot for many people. We've done analysis for the future. I mean, by 2050, more than double the population that is now exposed to floodings. It's going to be exposed, and in 2100, we expect about 5 times more people being exposed to floodings. We've done analysis on the GDP, how it's going to change, we've done, how it's going to be affected. We've got many things, many data already. And of course, we've done a lot of regionalized scenarios. We've been working with Copernicus, but we have managed as well to improve the data so we know exactly what's going to happen. And now the last thing we are now financing is the costs of inaction. How much will it cost if we do not do anything? So this is something that we have to be aware. I mean, if we don't do anything, this is going to cost much more money. We know, and we've done analysis as well, by 2050, if we start now adapting our territory, it's going to be, we won't need to retreat from our coast. We can start doing now actions to avoid retreatment. If we don't do anything now, by 2050, we will be retreating from our coast. The sea level rise, today Carlo has been explaining, has been showing data between 2 and 4. In our case, it's 3.4 millimeters per year. Some people say that this is nothing, this is not a lot, 3.5 millimeters. This means that in 3 years, it's 1 centimeter. And if we translate into beaches, people probably understand it very good, we are losing 1 meter of beach every 3 years. We have done the calculus, and we know that by 2050, we are going to lose, just from tourism, between 1,000 and 3,000 million euros every year because of the lack of beaches. By the end of this century, we will have lost between 40 and 60% of our beaches. This is a lot of money, not in terms only of tourism, but as well of coastal defense, which is very important for us for this first line of apartments that haven't been built thinking in climate change in the past, but now we have to think in these things. And there is a huge opportunity for society to come up with solutions and with businesses to solve the problems that we are facing at the moment. So we really think on climate change as an opportunity for change, an opportunity. And today, this morning, for example, has been said as well by the World Wide Fund people, we are making a very, very strong bet on natural heritage. We are putting a lot of money on restoring and keeping our natural heritage, because the calculus that we have made is that 50% of the adaptation comes from keeping and having a healthy natural heritage. So for us, it's critical to work on it. We have started already to recover and to restore some of the reclaimed land in our estuaries, and we are doing a lot of work in our natural heritage, natural protected sites. And we hope that in this work that is being done will have its reflections in the next years.
Thank you. We are really running out of time. So what I'm going to do, I still would like to get some perspectives from the financial sector to this, but I will ask you both the sort of a same question. We have heard a lot about the need to collaborate, find solutions together, find ways to strengthen the business case for adaptation and resilience financing that should then also lead for further financial product innovation and financial flows being directed to resilience and preparedness. If both of you, Gege and Brücke, if you could explain in your organizations what are you're doing in this area, what kind of collaborations you are currently participating in, and what are the sort of forward-looking thinking in terms of product development?
Sure. So we are integrating climate adaptation in our climate mitigation approach. So there's a lot out there already for mitigation. Adaptation has to get in. And to your point, I think we need to make sure this is considered an opportunity, not only a risk. And just a couple of examples we're working on. We have roughly 3,800 business parks in our country. 1 in every 10 businesses is operating on a business park. We'd like to help all those business parks to become more climate resilient by offering insurance and finance solutions. The second one is we finance 8 million clients in the Netherlands. Many of those have an own house. They can make their own house more climate resilient. Everyone is working on reducing energy. Why not work on dealing with water on your premises, greening your garden? So the next couple of years will be devoted to getting our program more tailored, also to adaptation, reaching out to others, and perhaps to borrow a bit from the Americans. This is one big opportunity. If you look at the climate envoy for the United States, they do believe it is an opportunity, and I would like to rally behind that. And if not, of course, these are terrible risks, and it will be up to ourselves what we do about it.
Yeah, and I totally agree with Bauke when it comes to all the things we do and we can do, but maybe express three more things. The insurance industry, because you see them leaving market in America, some regions, the insurance industry is here to stay. That is our ambition. We want to keep climate risk insurable because when we leave the market, also the insurance industry is losing. So we're here to stay and make it happen. Speeding up, green and blue bonds. I think last chart was 5 billion. And I think there was ask for 15 billion. So please, what can we do to raise that level? Because there's appetite in the market. And the last one is alignment of data and modeling. I think Roman said it earlier, you have to align engineers, politics, finance. How to get it right, because you want to steer at one goal. When you want to speed up, one goal. All over the place, completely integrated. So that's what we have to do. Okay.
Thank you. We want to do just one burning question. One burning question.
And then, what do you think? I was going to say 3 things.
And then maybe we'll, rather than me asking the burning question, maybe the burning question comes from the floor. So I just wanted to maybe sum up what I have heard today from the panelists. First of all, we need cross silos. We need to work across the silos. Collaboration, public-private, is key to strengthen the business case for climate adaptation. I also, I think we need to reflect on the fact, or on the point you made about cost of inaction. So compare the cost of investment cost to the cost of doing nothing. I think it's a very interesting point. And lastly, I actually picked on your point on the capital markets. I think it's also an important point to make that indeed we need to think laterally, and it's not only about the banks, but really the capital markets in the future should play a stronger role in channeling funding to adaptation. And I'll close with that. And now I think we will take that burning question. Who wants the floor? And then we will have lunch. I think everybody's on the verge of starvation.
I won't keep you from lunch very long. No, it's more to the EIB because I'm Daniel Polen, Rabobank, head of Sustainable Capital Markets, talking about capital markets. We do those green bonds and green syndicated loans. And there's a question to the EIB. You say, well, climate adaptation finance is important. When you ask the issuers the question when they finance this, because we don't get those questions. And if we don't get those questions, we don't take it to clients and they won't implement it in their green frameworks and it won't happen. So when will that question drop?
Very burning.
Yeah.
In order to green bonds frameworks is potentially part of what we can do. In order to allocate to those part of the proceeds, we need to find projects that we can finance and that we're financing and that we can support under adaptation. If you look at our numbers on adaptation, they are increasing over time. So volumes compared year to year, they are increasing. They are not increasing as rapidly as climate mitigation has been increasing over the last few years. So just by comparison, it's a bit challenging. The succeeding on the climate mitigation. But indeed, one of the reasons to organize the session today, the session, is to find projects. To find projects have two purposes. I mean, we have been discussing today about huge infrastructure projects, and it's in some ways in which we succeeded to find a big adaptation in the way that has been recently financed by the EIB. And we see a lot of potential on electricity networks, we see a lot of potential, of course, on water, we see a lot of potential on railways, and this was another reason why we asked the colleagues from ALIF to present the case today. We see a lot of potential on local municipalities, and this is one of the reasons to the municipality to present the case today. And we see a lot of potential in small projects. I mean, this work will require a little theme. So agriculture sector, for instance, is one of the most evidently impacted by climate change. And we are following that sector through instruments, typically innovative instruments. So we need to find a way to properly keep track of how we are supporting that sector. Which comes conclusively to the next part of the after-lunch session. We section have 4 breakout sessions, groups, then on this and climate change. You will have a goal in your budgets, so you have to follow interaction that will can be after the breakout session at 2:45 you have master training.
Let me do the housekeeping work. Thank you very much. We start the breakout sections in one room in the column. It will be unified year round. And it's really function the coffee. And we start with the feedback of the breakout session.
Emilia.
Emilia. What a beautiful name. Emilia, Shakespearean name from the Othello. Emilia. You see Emilia? No. Would you have interested? Better than nothing. Emilia, we miss Emilia.
It's either Amelia or Marco
Marco or Emilia?
from the water breakout.
We still miss one spokeswoman. Emilia, Emilia. And we start. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Emilia, Emilia, we miss you so much. Oh my, should we start?
Yeah, let us start.
Three of us? Okay. Should we start? 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you everyone for participating in the breakout sessions. We are going to have a short debrief of what was discussed. Myself, I participated in the network session, but there are other parallel discussions on water, networks, value chains, and cities. We are going to ask our panelists, the representatives from the breakout sessions, to give a very short summary of what was discussed and 3 or 4 very concrete ideas of what is holding back some of the investments, what are the obstacles, what can be done in order to address them. So I will start maybe by cities with Julia, and so Emilia can.
Thank you. So,
the floor is yours.
thank you. Thanks. So for the cities and local authorities session, the discussion was actually quite wide. So I will try to summarize it as much as possible. So in terms of the barriers that hinder climate adaptation investments in cities, a few things were mentioned. The first was the lack of long-term political commitment, or the need for long-term political commitment, because climate adaptation investments often span over several electoral cycles. So the need to ensure that the next administration doesn't undo or stop any project is a real issue. So there needs to be the issue and the co-benefits, let's say, of climate adaptation projects need to be communicated. It needs to be stated how climate adaptation has benefits beyond the actual reducing the damages and the risks. So a few examples were quoted as well in terms of the potential to use green areas and nature-based solutions as both recreational areas and also areas to absorb excess precipitation or to reduce urban heat, so as to make it more also attractive for the cities and for the actual for the investors as well. And the other point was about stakeholder engagement. So we had 2 good examples from larger cities and smaller cities as well. So stakeholder engagement and their participation and their approval of the adaptation interventions are crucial. Without that, there are a lot of cases where indeed the interventions do not work properly. So indeed, this was quoted as one of the crucial elements that are needed. The other element that was quoted was the need for improving or increasing in-house capacity of the local authorities, both in the planning side, but also in understanding what financial instruments are available, in understanding who can help, where to find the right help, which door to knock on. So there is a role for institutions like the EIB, but through our technical assistance programs, but like Jaspers was cited as one good example that really helped some cities overcome their capacity issues in the planning phase. But there are others that are working in the same area. There are city networks. There is a variety of actors. And this brings me to another point that was raised about coordination and the need for really coordinating the activities of different actors from the financial technical side as well, and the link between the local and national political decision-making systems. Then there was one interesting point about the need to have climate scientists and decision makers work together to model what the impacts of climate adaptation interventions would be at the local level, but also on a larger scale because of important spillover effects that can occur. So indeed, not having the climate scenarios just developed for the cities and probably not used in the planning, embedding this aspect of modeling within the planning process could be beneficial. And I think the other point that was made concerned about the different size of the cities that have, of course, similar issues, but with and also different issues in terms of what they can access, what they can mobilize, and how much capacity they have internally. And the final point I'd like to make is about the access to finance and the borrowing capacity of the local authorities. And it's linked to the size of the city, but also it's linked to the national legal framework, because in many cases it's not possible for local authorities or subnational entities to borrow and to take on debt. So the link to finance is often limited because of this, not just the credit worthiness, but also the capacity to borrow. I think that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Julia, and thank you for making a very concise and short summary. I will ask all of you to stick to 6 minutes maximum. Antonella is keeping track, and she's very strict, as you already know. At this point, one small comment from my side. There are a lot of representatives from public municipalities. You know that we are organizing the project clinics. So if there is any project that you are planning, either considering, or you want to reach out to some of our loan officers and teams, it's a good opportunity to do at any point in time during these 2 days. To reach out to us, and we will make the arrangements. So I'll move now to the network session. Elizabeth, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Isidoro. And good afternoon, everyone, and thanking all the participants of the network session for the very interesting discussion. I think as all the sessions, we would have loved to have more time to better go into the different topics. It's certainly 45 minutes was not enough, but we'll report on what already quite a number of aspects that were discussed. The discussion started on the context of that we all are well aware on the fact that infrastructure networks, and it was as well referred in the morning, are aging and are having an important deficit on adaptation, and this high magnitude of investment needs. At the same time, the investments on adaptation on infrastructure networks, and the bank was reporting as well on its number, is not really happening with very low numbers. So the discussion started on why is not happening this investment, and the answer was not the first response to this was that it's not that it's not happening, is that it's not sufficiently captured Yes, and the fact that in some cases, in some organizations, they are not calling it, in many cases, climate change adaptation. This is from one side, and on the other side as well, they were pointing out at the complexity in the financial institutions, or in the case of the EIB, in terms of what the requirements to identify it as climate change adaptation. Another point that was brought was on other financing, as is the RRF or other grants already covering those needs. And another point that was made was on the importance of having this understanding of the climate risk as a basis, yes, to identify the measures and identify the needs and investments. And on this, we have heard the examples, all of you have heard the example of ADIF this morning in this network assessment. We as well heard the Spanish national roads undertaking an assessment at the national level covering the different assets. And as well was reported that the plan at the Scotland national roads, that in this case is even a basis to support and marking budget for climate adaptation. So this as a basic tool that was linked to the discussion on the sufficient technical capacity to do that in organizations, and the needs that in some of the countries which is lacking of resources for doing that. Another point, it will be my one before last one, on the importance of green bonds and the potential of the green bonds in this regard, that might support climate adaptation in a framework of aggregating different investment opportunities. And the final one on the importance on the reporting on the EU taxonomy on the climate change adaptation that might help to support that. And the issue here being on the cases where they are already reporting this as fully climate mitigation, and the fact that reporting on climate adaptation is seen as an additional administrative cost.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I don't know if Isidora, since you were there, you can, if I missed something.
Nothing to add, maybe only to say that green bonds came up already a few times today, to our surprise, I must say. So we take note and we'll follow up. We'll move now to Frank on the value change and bioeconomy discussion. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Isidoro. And first, I'd like to thank all the participants to the group. We started with people being a bit shy at the beginning and ended up with a lively discussion. Just a note, the title of the session was Adaptation in Value Chains. We hijacked a bit the discussion focusing on bioeconomy, because it turns out that in the bioeconomy sector, the risks are not just on the supply chain, but also on the production side. So it was a good example. But we had interesting discussions. So I won't go into summarizing the discussion, but highlighting the suggestions on how to address financing barriers to increase adaptation financing in the value chains. And before that, I wanted to highlight that in many cases in a bioeconomy supply chain, sustainability solutions or nature-based solutions turns out to also deliver additional benefits on resilience, and so they are strongly linked. With this element, the first suggestions was to develop more policies that would remunerate nature-based solution, resilient solutions, and to go beyond the existing markets like the carbon market or the biodiversity market that may exist, because those turns out to be both small and often not very reliable in sense of the stability they have. And so if we want to improve investment in those elements, we need a bit more. And so the suggestion to go beyond those emerging markets is to develop more or reinforce existing regulations, compelling corporate financiers to report, include in their accounting or do systemic due diligence on issues related to resilience and nature aspects that are linked to resilience. The second suggestion in terms of solution was on the public sector this time, to increase the action of the public sector this time and to add resilience requirement in public procurement systems as a way to increase and solve financing. A third solution proposed was to increase access to data and knowledge in the sense that many actors don't necessarily, they have a sense adaptation is needed or climate change is coming, but not necessarily how it will affect them and what they can do. So this is needed. It's general, but apply to the value chain. Third suggestion was to develop structured finance with KPI indicators related payment to de-risk technologies and solutions to increase adaptation investment. And the last one was to work a bit among the different stakeholders on language, not to avoid a bad language, but to agree on the definition of what we're speaking about. The example taken was scaling up, okay? When financiers think about scaling up, they see a small project and want to multiply it by 1,000. In adaptation situation, you often face locally specific situation and solutions, and scaling up mean something different compared to just multiplying by 1,000 a solution that has been implemented somewhere. So discussions on language will be helpful to enable the different stakeholders to work together on solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. All very useful and concrete ideas. And last but not least, Emilia, it was difficult to interrupt the session, but so we have high expectations about the outcome of the discussion. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Isidora, and my apologies for being a couple of minutes late. It's true that in our room it felt too short. Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much for the participation in the water breakout session, and I will try to make my best. My colleagues already, probably I will repeat a lot of what already been said, but I need to also convey the message from our room. So what was commonly, I think, acknowledged across our room was the fact that the adaptation lacks visibility. Adaptation in water, of course, also lacks visibility, both on impact and on the opportunities. Why? Well, it was not explicitly mentioned like this, but I would like to break it down in three, let's say, categories: technical, governance, and financial. Technical, it was very interesting that what was brought up in the discussion was the comparison with mitigation. So there, you only have the carbon emission reduction, one KPI in adaptation. It's gray. It's not one. It can be a lot. It's a complicated concept. For some, it's still not acknowledged as urgent as it could be. So measuring it is one main barrier. That we have, I think everyone in the room agreed on that. And of course, with this, the lack of standardized risk assessment methodologies. Now, the data availability, data quality was not explicitly mentioned, but we can all assume in the room that this is very interlinked with what I just mentioned, measuring and the KPIs and indicators on adaptation. And now I would like to go to move forward to the financial barriers that were identified mainly in the room. That was, first of all, simply, I quote, if that's coming from the banks, if the clients do not ask, we do not lend, because what they were trying to say here is, again, lack of awareness, maybe even the lack of regulation in the most of the European countries results in the fact that private banks do not really have the incentive of financing more or even at all in adaptation. Adaptation is not feasible. Of course, there are banks that they really being vocal on offering the full package, meaning to overcome this financial barrier, you need to reward the adaptation efforts. So you give subsidies, you give motivation, you give price incentives, risk sharing mechanism, and sustainability-linked loans. It was also mentioned from my colleagues, it is important, outcome-based loans, that means you reward adaptation efforts. Governance issues, they are out there, especially when it comes to water, because water is also perceived as public good. Adaptation is perceived as public good, so you have a double strike there, and you need to address basically the decision-making processes when it comes to governance. So you need better, well-informed decisions to be made. And that comes back, like chicken, egg to chicken model, that comes back to raising the awareness. Maybe for us it's very evident, but for most people out there is not. What is adaptation? What we can do to facilitate more the climate uncertainty that goes hand in hand with adaptation. Yeah, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a few minutes for some burning questions, some cross-burning questions, a question from one group to another group, or maybe one or two.
Let's open the floor. If there are some questions, I found it very useful these classifications between the governance, technical, and financial to follow the recommendations.
Any questions? Well, now we are all of a sudden saving this precious time that we will use after with Magdalena and Alexandrina. It will not be wasted, I'm sure. So should we move to the next session? Yeah. There is questions. Excellent.
I'm Tommaso from iCatalyst. We work in the product mission implementation platform for adaptation and other projects. Yeah, thanks. Actually, not a question, but just a reflection on many things that were mentioned. I really find this model for the EIB to engage more directly with cities, but also other urban stakeholders to be very good. I would love to see it, maybe not also like, not just maybe here in Luxembourg, also at different regional and national level. For example, we talk about, okay, cities don't have any idea about the different financial tools that they can use. Bring cities together at the national, regional, local level, different stakeholders, and get those local expert, local discussions going. I think it would be very useful to build capacities and to really get projects forward. I think many times, if you only engage cities, maybe it doesn't apply to all places, you miss out, because I think there are many other stakeholders that are exposed to projects, and I think it would be very valuable to see that.
Finally, discussing the session, upstream engagement, I think it's extremely useful for adaptation discussion. First of all, for needs in order to discuss about the planning of cycles, etc., to have that other discussion at a very early stage in the process. But it's also useful for us internally. The sooner we're having that discussion and that conversation, the simpler it is for us to identify a project as an adaptation project and to be able to deploy the boxes and to identify all the questions and to provide them satisfactory answers for all of them.
I have a question, if I may. Yeah. I wanted to pick up on something that you said, Elizabeth, and also was pointed at by Violeta before, which is a question sometimes of labeling. It is not that we are not doing anything for adaptation, it is maintenance, or it is, repairs and so on. So for each of you in your group, how much is it about labeling and how much is it about really lack of attention on adaptation? What would be your best guess, estimate, or what is your feeling?
Who wants to respond first?
No, I think indeed, particularly for cities, the question of measuring how much adaptation is very relevant, because you have a lot of small different interventions that all together amount to adaptation, but we're not necessarily, cities are not necessarily separated. And sometimes they are building things taking into account predictions and so on, but it is very difficult for them to separate the amount that is additional to what they building something or reconstructing something. So it is, I think it's very significant. I cannot give an estimate, but I think it's very significant. And indeed, the question of what we measure and how we measure it came out also in your discussion.
I will also keep an eye. Really. No, but just to say, yes, the challenges on identifying this from what it is being done and labeling is a major one, but it's clear that there is an adaptation deficit, yes? And as well they are there is a lot on existing networks in terms of needs of upgrading and rehabilitation, and they are doing under the pipelines of training of improving the networks, but these needs are bigger because of climate change, and this is what it is difficult to identify, but at the same time, it should be seen as a major opportunity, and I think I'm really quoting the Commission publication following the UCRA report saying that this is an opportunity. The decarbonization, yes, together with the aim of upgrading the aging infrastructure, is an opportunity for resilience. Yes.
Sorry, Fran.
No, the question didn't come out in the group, but if I may, in the bioeconomy sectors, farmers who didn't adapt to the existing climate change over the last 20 years are probably not in production today.
Well, this came up in the group. Actually, there was an interesting comment there. Maybe a suggestion not to call it anymore adaptation, but maybe because adaptation implies a reactive response to something. You adapt because already happened, but maybe thinking about calling it resilience or something else, because it is very important how you will sell it to the politicians. I would say that if you think it a bit broader, our discussion was going around the labeling, if you like, because of course, it's directly linked with what I said. The main message from our room was the lack of visibility. You need to sell it. You need to sell it right. You need better informed decisions.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There is one last question.
Yeah,
One more, maybe not my question, just maybe something I would like to see whether it has been discussed in your groups or not. Because we are working with different regions, we have been facing this question a lot from the regions themselves, that they are coming to us and saying that the most important thing for us is climate change. There is no such a definition of climate change and climate mitigation adaptation, which are some kind of terminology that we are using as experts ourselves, but when we're coming at the regional level, we would really like to see the climate change in a more broader picture rather than defining it as mitigation adaptation. I don't know whether there has been such a discussion that can we really think and bring these two more closer to each other, and when we are really approaching climate change, to see how they can really go in the region hand in hand rather than being more focused on climate adaptation and mitigation, or see what kind of links that we can make on the projects that we are doing in the region based on mitigation adaptation. Because in many regions that we are working, because in our organization we have climate mitigation adaptation project, but it's interesting, and in some regions, those people that we are working with are almost the same. Those people in municipalities, in public authorities. So I would like to see whether there has been such a discussion, or we would like to really also looking at it from investment perspective, also seeing it, these two things, bring them together a bit more and seeing them as in one picture rather than seeing them a bit separate.
It's a very good point. I was thinking about Carlos' presentation he made a point about the correlation of wind and solar and how this could change with climate change. I believe with climate change becomes reality in different with this adaptation. It becomes so. Please.
Can I? I understand from where you are coming from, but for us, it's pretty clear that the climate change mitigation deals with the root problem, really reducing greenhouse gases that are liable of the temperature increase, etc., while the adaptation deals with the impacts that are already there, and that will happen as a result of the temperature increase in terms of material impacts. So for us, it is clear if this would have to think in terms of framing to the regional authorities to deal with both the root causes and the impacts, not necessarily distinguishing it, it's fine. And by the way, in cities, indeed, typically when you have the green roofs or the greening zones, etc., it addresses both. In forestry, if you have a well climate resilient forest, it addresses again both the carbon sink that you need for mitigation and also a good asset. Let's put it like this: the climate resilient forest. So just to say, but maybe the other one that comes, and that's an issue. If we don't talk about climate mitigation, climate adaptation, there comes the term that is now called carbon removals that can also hide geoengineering, and that's where we are, moving into a more slippery slope.
Massimo, and then Francis.
To add to Elena, the fact these are two different things, as Elena has explained. There is a risk of trying to simplify that you increase confusion. But in many countries we're working in, there is confusion between mitigation and adaptation. Actually, we're trying to raise awareness of the differences. Now, a push on making it together, the fact that maybe the same team is dealing with interacting with different missions. I don't know what organization you're working. But just to finish, it's good in terms of achieving economies of scale for them. We need to be clear that there are certain co-benefits that can be explored, but the solutions are often different.
Maybe the message has not been conveyed correctly. Okay, as an expert, we know what is climate mitigation and what is climate adaptation. We are not speaking about the definitions, and we know that there are different solutions. I'm really looking at it from the perspective of a citizen. I'm living in a city, and then there are several messages which is coming to me as climate change is happening. So this means that there is a need for a change in my lifestyle. which could be some of those things which are coming to be a change in the lifestyle. Some of them could be the measures which we are calling them as an expert climate mitigation type of things. And some of those lifestyle change might be climate adaptation. I'm not really saying that mixing these two together, but I'm saying that when we are implementing a project to see what could be the possible interlinkages, will we as an expert try to find a common language with the citizen in the region to see how we can really somehow bring this message more simplified to the region, and then the people has a better understanding around things. I think the one discussion that we have in our group, one of the major things around climate mitigation is I mean, the KPI is really kind of understandable, CO2, but around the climate adaptation, we do not have that much of criteria for being discussed and being more and easily understandable. Sorry for being long.
Frank, you want to come in? I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, quickly. In the bioeconomy sphere, there's a lot of solutions to mitigation that also provide benefits to adaptation. Forest is one. Soil conservation measures is another one, because you store carbon, but also you increase the resilience to water shocks, for instance. But not all solutions on the adaptation side will provide mitigation benefit. An example, if you increase irrigation, that may help you deal with water stress issues, but if that's at the expense of the water table, it is not a good solution in the end. So just saying, yes, good to explain to people we need to deal with the two at the same time. I have someone raising the flag, but the two have different issues, different setting, different solutions. Sometimes that needs to be understood and not mixed up.
Yeah, please.
I don't understand from where you are coming, because there's a paper from 2 decades ago, and when they discussed the deep adaptation, actually a diet, when you change a diet, it can be seen as a sort of deep adaptation. Or if you are a person who is driving a car and can't move out of car and then starts biking, in this academic literature, it was considered as, you know, you change mobility. That's a part of deep adaptation. But I wanted also to address the point I'm hearing, and I'm very sorry to say that is irritating me, but it's my problem. It's not your problem. Is the point of, yeah, we have the greenhouse gases. That's a super KPI, but depends where you move. You know, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. It becomes a bit more complicated. For adaptation solutions, you can have a vaccine. You can have an insurance product. You can have space forever. You can have, you know, an airport that is being adapted. You can have a seed from a biotech firm that is good in terms of genetic information that will be drought resilient, etc. So these are all different products addressing adaptation. So, I mean, a common KPI is almost impossible, you know, because we are talking about the whole economy. But we do work on something that is called headline indicators, and that will be a difficult quest, because we have been moving over these past years around, you know, indicators. Do we have data for it? And we always get the answer, oh, we don't have a data for that. Then, although it's a very nice outcome indicator, we will not go down this route. So we wish now to dissect a little bit this sort of discussion and first agree what are the good indicators to measure the outcomes and whether we become more effective and efficient in terms of adaptation. And then let's look after data, because I'm very hopeful that once we agree on indicators, the data will come in.
So we'll finish now. Thank you to everyone that who participated in the breakout sessions. Big applause to everyone.
We now enter the last section before drinks. And we enter in a discussion which is very Jewishy, because it's about what this bank can do for you and what DigiClima has in store in terms of debates and research to do this financing of adaptation newer, better, and more innovative. So let's start with the bank, if Alexandrina is ready. You are. So let me introduce you wonderful Alexandrina Boyanova. She is Operation Support and Development Head of Climate Office here at the bank. Alexandrina, 15 plus minutes.
Thank you, Antonella. I'll do my best. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very productive morning, lots of positive energy. And Antonella and you guys, you managed to bring some sun to Luxembourg, so that's fantastic. When we were preparing this event, and again, thank you, Esther, and thanks to the team and also to the colleagues from Communications and Protocol. I think it's a great event. Thank you all for attending, because we have the opportunity to exchange on this very important topic. But when we were planning the event, we discussed what do we want out of this event, right, Esther? And I have 3 objectives for this event: projects, projects, and projects again. So I'm very happy to see in this context some new faces in the room, because it means that the message is being broadcasted. I'm also happy to see the faces that I know from before, so the ambassadors for climate adaptation. Thank you for being here with us and for sharing this moment. When we speak about projects, also mentioning what Isidoro put a placeholder for, the project clinic. If there are some of you who got inspired by the morning sessions, or those of you who are online who have project ideas, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. We have mobilized colleagues, loan officers, sectoral experts, as well as advisory experts to help you do something more concrete with those ideas and to make projects out of them, projects that we as the EIB can finance. And also a placeholder for a very interesting session that will take place tomorrow in the morning on advisory. We heard from the summary of the colleagues from the different breakout sessions that there are lots of ideas that we don't know how to structure. We don't know how to make these projects bankable, technically and economically sound. They don't know how to prepare resilience plans. They don't know how to prepare climate risk assessments. Well, we have an advisory offer in place for that. Jasper's colleagues, colleagues from the advisory team, Adapt Plus, you will hear more about that. And the good news is that this advice is free of charge. So I encourage you very much to listen to the session. But now the focus on the financing toolkit. What can the EIB do? I will start very quickly, just primarily for those who have joined the sessions online and maybe do not know who the EIB is. Well, the EIB is the EU bank. We are governed by the EU member states, and we follow EU policies. And as such, of course, climate is in the center of the EU policies. In 2020, EIB transformed itself from the EU bank financing climate to the EU Climate Bank. And of course, in addition to mitigation, adaptation is a very important aspect. We did last year around 88 billion of new financing for high impact projects. And I want to underline 2 parts of this sentence here. So not only the volumes, but also the impact. It's not only about the volumes, and we do more of these volumes because the EIB has a counter-cyclical role in moments like this, where there is an economic crisis, where there is a geopolitical crisis, but it's also about impact. And if we want to do more impact, we need to bring value added to those areas, market failures like adaptation and nature and biodiversity. So this is where we will focus today. A short snapshot of what we have been doing in the area of adaptation. You heard this morning from my colleagues, Roman and Elina, that the EIB has adopted its adaptation plan in 2021. And since then, we have been increasing the volumes of adaptation finance quite sharply, actually. In 2023, we had record high levels of adaptation finance by the EIB, so more projects are materializing. 2.7 billion euros, of which 2 billion in the EU and 700 million outside the EU. I forgot to mention when I was presenting the bank that, of course, 90% of what the EIB does is inside the EU, but we also have EIB Global, created a couple of years ago, focusing very much on operations outside the EU, and their adaptation, the importance of adaptation is really big. So we are on a good track. There is still a lot to be done on adaptation. We are indeed behind our 15% target, but we have been fully mobilized since a couple of years now. We are proactively reaching out to promoters, and I'm hoping that events like this and those that we will organize as a follow-up to this event will bring more projects to the EIB to finance. What are the main obstacles? I will not spend too much time really on this slide because most of the obstacles were identified in the earlier sessions. Just 3 areas that I would like to bring your attention, which kind of link to what we are going to discuss. So the first one is bankability, pipeline building, which is on the process-based identification, and also access to concessional funding. As far as the bankability is concerned, we have heard that many times, but I think we also need to change the narrative a bit. We need to change the way we look at return on investment. We need to look at this differently. We need to compare the cost of implementation of these adaptation projects to the cost of inaction. And again, advisory colleagues can help monetize and give some good examples how to do that. When we speak about grants and concessional funding, particularly important in the context of one of the main problems that was raised again as a summary of the breakout sessions, limited borrowing capacity, limited budgets, constrained leverage, etc. So there is a need indeed for grants and concessional funding to make the adaptation projects more affordable. We know that these projects are very easily deprioritized precisely because they don't necessarily have very clear revenue streams. So in a context of a macroeconomic crisis and a geopolitical crisis, it is indeed important to mobilize grants and concessional funding to improve the economics of these projects and to convince promoters not to deprioritize them, but to continue doing them. We also need to think about out of the box, certain off-balance sheet solutions, because again, there is only so much we can do. We will be reflecting on that internally. We will be reflecting that externally with our partners, banks, but also with the European Commission. Finally, again, blending, very important, EIB loans and grants. So that's an instrument that we should be looking at. Isidoro mentioned this morning, we were there a few decades ago with, or maybe a decade ago with the energy efficiency, and adaptation is very similar to that. Okay, so this is one of the 2 main slides today that I wanted to present to you about the EIB financing toolkit. And I will actually structure my presentation around 3 types of instruments. So first, the mature or the standard instruments that the EIB has been deploying, which can and have been adjusted to finance adaptation. Second, we will speak about the emerging instruments, those that the EIB has developed since the adoption of the Climate Bank Roadmap, but not only the EIB, also what the market has been picking up on. And then those more exotic or really piloting new instruments that we also develop specifically for adaptation and that we are hoping would be scaled up. So if we start again from the top of this chart, we do have an extensive range of instruments that has allowed us to generate the volumes that I just mentioned. The presentation here is structured around 2 types of risks, if I may. Investment grade risk, investment grade operation, where the EIB has a number of lending instruments, and also higher risk instruments for sub-investment grade operations, where we do both direct and indirect investments on a group level with the EIF. So if we start on the left-hand side, we have direct public sector financing and also direct corporate lending for larger projects. So I want to spend a bit of time to explain the EIB business model. The EIB business model, as Isidoro again mentioned earlier, we were set up initially as an infrastructure bank. So traditionally, because we don't have a branch network, although we have offices in the EU and outside the EU, we finance directly primarily larger projects with project cost approximately 50 million euros, so EIB financing of 25 million euros. But this being said, of course, again, this threshold is indicative because we have smaller member states, we have smaller municipalities, smaller local authorities. We have done smaller investments than these thresholds, so smaller than 50 million euros. And also we have one of our main instruments, which is the framework loan, an instrument which aggregates smaller investments, be it adaptation exclusively, also other type of investments that can be bundled under this framework loan instrument. So there we can indeed speak about smaller schemes. But again, that's not the business model of the EIB, because we are not supposed to crowd out commercial banks. We are not supposed to crowd out national promotional banks. We are supposed to work in cooperation with these banks. And this is why you see here the third section, intermediated loans with banks. And I mentioned commercial bank, but yeah, also our sister institutions. Under the intermediated loan product, we finance smaller investments that we do not finance directly for SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, mid-caps, and also local authorities. And again, there we have a few examples I will show you later on the slides. If we move now on the right side, where we have the riskier operation, you see as one example project finance, again with direct project risk, and we have also examples of project finance in adaptation. We have loan and equity type, direct and indirect financing, and one specific instrument that I would like to single out here is the venture debt, which is a high risk financing for in the early stage of high growth companies. Again, we have examples of venture debt projects for adaptation. And finally, risk sharing and blending, very much in cooperation with the European Commission. Risk sharing is about the provision of guarantees and sharing of losses, usually on a 50-50% basis. And blending, something that we can and should work on in cooperation with the European Commission. Again, blending EU grants with EIB loans to make these investments more affordable. We have very successful examples in the energy efficiency sector from the FEE Compass. I don't know if tomorrow we will have a presentation of that, but that's homework for us together with the European Commission to see how we can adapt that model also for adaptation. Oops. One slide is missing, but I'm guessing it's at the end. Voila. So this is the second category of instruments, and I'm very happy to hear the conclusions from the breakout sessions that we need green bonds, we need sustainability-linked loans to finance adaptation. EIB has developed that offer, as you may know or not, but I will repeat it. We, as an institution, invented the green bond concept in 2007. EIB was the first one to issue a climate awareness bond, which in essence is the green bond. And we have been very active in issuing climate awareness and sustainability awareness bonds since then. So we have that expertise on the liability side, and now we wanted to bring it also on the asset side. So to tick two boxes really, to develop the capital markets and mobilize the private sector. And second, to encourage green projects. So this product has been now on offer since 2 years. We have within the bank a bond financing desk, which centralizes the request for this type of instrument. So we are very much looking forward to finding the projects that are behind this use of proceeds instruments and then deploy the green bond instrument. Same for the green loan. It has been very successful, really, in the last couple of years. Michael, you can help me. How many green loans did we do last year? I think 7 billion euros, 40 transactions. So that's quite impressive. Again, where I cannot say much is that unfortunately so far, based on the demand coming from our clients, both the green bond and the green loan, unless I'm mistaken, Michael, have primarily been about mitigation. And where we want to see more, and the market, we haven't seen a lot of resilience bonds, is green bonds for adaptation and green loans for adaptation as well. The sustainability-linked loan is new in the palette of instruments. We have done a number of transactions. For those of you who don't know what the sustainability-linked loan is, it's a financial instrument which basically provides an interest rate incentive if the company reaches certain sustainability targets. So it's basically better interest rates if the company achieves what they have committed to. The green intermediated lending, an area that we need to develop on adaptation. We have been very active in the cooperation with the banks and the national promotional banks on mitigation. We have had thematic and green windows for energy efficiency and other areas. So far, the appetite for adaptation has been rather low. And again, a role to play for the EU Bank. 2 minutes I have. Okay, I will try to do my best. So more cooperation with the national promotional banks and more cooperation with the commercial banks, green advisory I mentioned already. What I wanted to say about the piloting instruments, so those that are not yet at scale, but we are looking at internally. The first one, the climate resilient debt clauses. So this is something that multilateral development banks are discussing between themselves. It's basically to have a clause in the agreement if a low-income country is hit by a climate disaster, that lenders suspend the payments and the country has the opportunity to redirect the payments to address these disasters and then resume the payments once this has been dealt with. And of course, debt for nature swaps, we're looking at that internally as well, and debt for adaptation swaps, why not? And finally, I will not have time, unfortunately, for the examples, which I would have wanted to show. But finally, as you might have read from the communication on the 12th of March, together with the European Commission, we will be a part of the reflection group. And the objective of this reflection group, where we will have as members the ECB, the EIB, the European Commission, and also insurance sector, is to come up with ideas. What other financial instruments can we collectively offer? What can we do more of? What can we do less of? How we can cooperate better? So we're hoping that this will also bring some concrete results. Again, I didn't have time. What I wanted to show you is the examples of the. How much? Well, they're quite. I will just flip through them if you allow me. It's just, and then I very much, if we are, I don't know, Esther, are we sending the slide afterwards to the participants? Why these examples are interesting is not only to show the type of financial instrument that the EIB has used for this specific investment, but also to show you the investment itself. Because one of the conclusions from the breakout sessions was that companies and promoters might be doing adaptation, but they don't know that this is called adaptation. So here you have examples of projects that are adaptation projects and the different types of instruments that we have deployed. So here we have, with the Lisbon municipality, an investment loan for enhancing the urban drainage systems. Then we have a corporate loan for new seed varieties, 100% adaptation finance, by the way. We have a project finance transaction as an example, and in the Netherlands. And again, it's about the flood protection systems. We have an intermediated loan, again with a bank in the Netherlands for small and medium-sized flood control and water resource management projects. We have a framework loan. The one that I mentioned was aggregating small investments in Greece for the civil protection services. Ex-Ocean venture debt. I'm very proud of this transaction for the financing of a fleet for collecting ocean data. Carlo, maybe you will appreciate this project, and also RDI of additional technological solutions. And finally, an example of a framework loan to the municipality of Athens, co-funded by EU structural funds. So it's an example of how we can combine EU funds with EIB loans. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Then we will have a Q&A session. Can ask very interesting examples, and I would like to call Magdalena. Magdalena will introduce an 18-month reflection group who is working to innovate in financing implication for adaptation. Magdalena Bos-Lewandowska is from DigiClima. Thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Antonella. Thank you, everyone who has mentioned before the reflection group. I will tell you all about it, but only at the end of my presentation. This doesn't, show up from nowhere. I work in the unit dealing with adaptation and resilience to climate change, but what I'm busy with mostly are the financial aspects of adaptation. Because let's face it, the climate change has financial implications. I mean, at the end of the day, we are meeting in a bank today. We heard from insurance, we heard also from the banks, and we all the time hear about financing. We hear about financing of adaptation and resilience, but of course, it is not just for the sake of doing the adaptation. We are doing this to protect ourselves, our infrastructures, from the losses that can be implied by the climate change. I think Blaž already in his presentation had this chart where he showed that every year we have higher economic losses from climate change. I have come across a publication from Swiss Re Institute, and there was an estimation from 2023, so you remember this very exceptional year. The natural catastrophe losses amounted to more than $100 billion. To put it into context, that's GDP of Lithuania. So that's the entire production of a country. And the main contributor are severe thunderstorms. And the point that actually makes it more interesting for me is that there is a changing pattern a bit. Before we used to have big events like, the hurricanes, and they were very kind of geographically limited. The more thunderstorms mean that there are smaller, but more of these events, they are more spread geographically, and they affect more entities and more people. These losses, they have been growing annually about 7% over the past 30 years, but this is average 30 years. I mean, the most recent, the speed is much higher, so they will be going much more. Italy, because of the geography, it's very much exposed. Last year, the losses were $3.3 billion. So those are the estimates. We are still waiting for final data. However, those are big numbers, but despite of this risk, about 75% of those losses are uninsured. So only about between 30% are insured. This 75%, we call it climate insurance protection gap. It was already mentioned in the adaptation strategy in 2021. In this strategy, the Commission committed to facilitate and strengthen dialogue between insurance policymakers and other stakeholders. Almost 2 years ago, we set up Climate Resilience Dialogue. This is a dialogue among about 17 organizations that represent the full range of stakeholders, insurers, reinsurers, risk managers, actuaries, but also SMEs, consumers, municipalities, and public authorities, regions. So we really wanted to have everyone around the table and discuss exchange the views how we can address these losses from climate-related disasters, but also identify the actions. How can we increase the insurance so that, you know, by increasing the insurance penetration, we can narrow the gap. But another way of narrowing, and actually, in my opinion, much better way, is to increase investment in resilience and basically try to avoid these losses, because we already heard in the morning, I think that even moving the equipment up one floor when you have flooding lowers the losses by 20–30%. So this works, just works. So let's look maybe about what it means, you know, to make things climate resilient. We are also talking about changing this adaptation, which may be a bit abstract concept to wider public, to change it into climate resilience. And in our understanding, resilient to climate change means that you are able to effectively prepare for and recover from the effects of climate change and continue to thrive. So it is not only this investment, not only these great big infrastructure investments, it basically allows you, first of all, to avoid losses. If you have them, recover from them quickly because you are insured, you have finance to do this, but then you can continue to thrive. And if you ask me, the sequence here is not accidental. Preparing is the most important part. And we also have the economic rationale for this. Investment in resilience is better than spending on recovery. Because if you have to recover, it means you had losses. So you are spending the second time money on the same thing. So try to avoid those losses. To be able to prepare, you need to be aware of climate change effects for your business. So that is not only the loss of asset in case of extreme event, but you have also business interruption. You have to calculate the loss of income and profit over a certain amount of time. You have to be able to exactly assess this risk. So you have to be able to quantify it in financial terms. So the price of asset, business interruption, loss of efficiency. So if we are talking about business case for resilience, I mean, that's it. You basically value price the project. You see what you can do. So as the Commission, we want to convey the message, it's better to prepare than to recover, because this is just the economic rationale. And also when we are talking with EIB and also in the climate resilience dialogue, we can see that there are many things happening in different places. And we want to bring this discussion again around one table. And this time we want to discuss mobilizing also private sector financing for climate resilience. We heard in the morning, public and government, they always have, it's a choice. You either spend on hospital, education, or resilience. But you know, lots of this adaptation and resilience financing happens at other levels, not only at the government. I mean, we are used to see it as a public good, but it doesn't need to be only publicly financed. So this time we invited to the table EIB, IOPA, ECB, but also the representatives, again, from insurance, because they do know risk and they know how to avoid it. Cooperative banks, banking sector, savings banks, again, small and medium-sized, and the representatives of SMEs, but also Business Europe, and to have the intersectoral, interpublic and private sector discussion. How can we address it? How can we make this finance flow if it's there? And if it's not there, how we can find it? And there is a business case, so let's finance it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For that, and Alexandrina, if you can join us here on stage, and we take 15 minutes of questions. Isidoro, those questions are yours.
Thank you, Antonella. So we'll open the floor for Q&A. Please feel free to raise your hand. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the very good presentation. I hope we can have access to the presentation. They were really interesting about the things which comes to my from
the climate cake. We are present in many regions and supporting regions with other colleagues, for example, from Technalia, from Italy, there are colleagues from within the stream. What we are really trying to do is supporting different regions around Europe on developing their pathway for being more resilient against climate change. I'm not sure how I'm going to explain about seeing projects as after supporting them to have their vision and pathway, it comes to the action. And that's the time that we really need your support in a way that we are really accompanying regions to the level of having their pathway and having the map how to make the regions more resilient. But when it comes to the action is the time that we really need those supports from the investment sectors coming in and support those ideas. I'm really curious to see how we can really bring these two together. I mean, those projects, which is thank for that is here because they are the ones who are really coordinating these projects from implementing perspective. But it's also really important to bring these pieces of puzzle together in the right time. So because the plans and projects are there, and we are here for, you're looking for it to support it. And the ideas is not coming from us. We're just supporting the regions to develop their pathway and their projects to really achieve the goal of being resilient against those type of things. So I'm curious to ask how we can really make this connection. Thank you.
Excellent question. Thank you very much. And if I may, there are probably two aspects to your question. The first one is how do we translate the ideas, the plans into a concrete investment plan, and then the second step from the investment plan, how do they get EIB or how do they get financing? On the first question, I actually see Audrey here from my team, and I will give her the floor to speak a bit about the upstream engagement that the mic is not on now. About the upstream engagement, and then I will reply on the second leg. How do we get the projects when they are already projects, the EIB, and to the other banks?
So just to let you, just letting you know that we are also in these projects, we are very focused also working on the enabling conditions, including the financing type of thing. So it's really important to make all these senior streams coming together in one point.
Absolutely, because it's the entire to make again the business case. Just referring to what Magda said, we need to make the business case for these promoters and to tell them how to make these projects happen. Audrey, just a few words on upstream.
Yes, and also we have our colleague from advisory. So basically, depending on the, we can intervene at different level of the project cycle. So depending on the maturity of the project, we have different form of engagement. So tomorrow morning, there will be a session on advisory support that we can provide. The Commission as well is providing some support. And at the bank, we put in place the ADAPT platform. So I don't know if Massimo or Alexander want to intervene, but a project in order to reach a ready to be financed stage might need further support, upstream support Alexandrina was mentioning. So basically, the support we can provide can range from the translation of an investment plan into an actual pipeline of project. And this might be a very important step to take, because most of the time we assess what are the vulnerabilities, what are the needs, but then the need to translate it into a project that might go beyond adaptation. It will include adaptation component, but as well other activities. And this is what also we have been, what we have been discussing. And doing this leap can also facilitate the identification of funding for your project. And then it could be that the project is a little bit advanced, but you need a feasibility study or a pre-feasibility study, or I don't know the other range of support we can provide. But this is the type of support that bring to a project to a more mature stage, a ready to be financed stage. And from them, depending on the size, depending on the type of project, then we might use the different financing instruments that have been presented. So,
Okay, you wanted to say something or no? And on the second part, at least the way I understood your question, how do we raise awareness and how does the information about the financing and advisory opportunities reach the real promoters? So this event is one example of how we want to do that. But indeed, it's in Luxembourg. We want to reach more people locally because this is where adaptation happens. We are cooperating with the European Commission on awareness raising events. This is part of our work plan for the next couple of years. And where we also want to be more active is again to deploy the network of partner financial institutions of the EIB. We have many of them in many different countries where they have access to the smaller projects, can speak to the promoters and make this case on our behalf as well. Colleagues from advisory are working on developing the adaptation angle of the green checker. I don't know if you have heard about the green checker, but it's a very useful tool which basically translates the criteria, maybe complex criteria sometimes because you refer to that in your previous question, into something more digestible for the promoters. And we want to develop the same offer also around adaptation. So to make it easier for the banks and for the promoters to identify these adaptation investments, which will then help scale up the adaptation finance with the commercial banks. But awareness raising, in short, is really an important part of our plan, of our efforts with the European Commission and also with our commercial banks and national promotional banks. So yeah, we will get there. Thank you.
Just quick appeal, I think, because it's part of the work plan that we have agreed with the Commission, and it was the idea of exploring synergies with the mission projects. I think you're referring to Pathway for Resilience.
Pathway to Resilience and Bracer Academy.
Okay.
These are the projects now which are all around the world.
And even better. I mean, in the sense that we wanted to reach out. We know that you're involved on a number of those in an independent form. So if we have some time later, because, for example, in the context of Pathway for Resilience, we're monitoring the call that has been extended until May, and we wanted to see how we can contribute to that. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question myself. Magdalena, you mentioned about the insurance gap, no? The 70% of the potential losses that are not insured as of today. And Alexandrina, we had the opportunity to exchange about the role of grants and how our loans are competing not against other banks or commercial banks in the case of adaptation, but against grants and how difficult it is to make our offer competitive. Combining these two elements, I mean, what could we do as an institution on the non-insured, on the insurance gap, and how we could maybe not compete, but complement grants going forward?
Yeah, as I said, for me, the best way of narrowing the climate insurance gap is having less losses. It's really having built-in resilience measures in all the projects. It really is also about the risk perception also of your client, because very often your client may think that, you know, I don't live close to the river, I'm not on the coast, I have no risk of flood. But when you talk to them and you make them realize that actually the thunderstorms and they can always be flooded by a pluvial flood, and you know this way, it's also you can help them, like you know, also to try to protect themselves from this risk. It is a lot about risk awareness, but also about the risk perception. I mean, I'm from Northern Europe. Do I really think about the risks of heat waves? No. But we are more exposed because Southern Europe is more adapted. When there is 30 degrees, you prefer to be in Madrid than in Warsaw. So I think that, we need to start making people aware, but also kind of make them to calculate that the heat wave, it's not only nice weather, but it's also loss of productivity of their staff, for example, if they don't have this incorporated into their investment. So I think with your advisory and also with your kind of green projects, that I think you can make it much more comprehensive, and their protection, not only by insurance, but the protection, being more prepared and resilient, that I think would contribute greatly.
Thank you. Yes, please.
I'm from the ministry in Croatia that manages EU funds. My question is about advisory support, and I'm glad that the colleagues have mentioned Jaspers on several occasions today already. We also have a very good and long-lasting cooperation with Jaspers, and this exactly is the type of support that we feel should be beneficial and actually most beneficial for the local and regional level in our country. We heard of the problems with capacities at the national level also in our country, and we're happy that DG Klima was the one that commented on this. Also, the capacities of Jaspers are limited. So my question is if the bank and the Commission considers other types of similar support, or whether Jaspers would be the best instrument and the best tool that we should consider to use for this type of support. Thank you.
We have also a colleague from Advisory Services, Alexander Linke, again, a very interesting session on advisory tomorrow morning. And congratulations to Jaspers, because indeed Jaspers has received a lot of applause in all the breakout sessions outside, of course, because we're doing. Advisory colleagues have many things in the pocket as well under the Adapt Plus platform that they will be presenting tomorrow. Awesome.
That short answer is that I don't think okay, Jaspers is one of the initiatives. There are other initiatives. That's why the paper is about builds on the capacity of Jaspers. There are also all of these are available elsewhere in the EIB. So you're hearing today, we're all concerned with the subject. In fact, the logic is you can reach out to the platform and then we will see how the best provider support. So there's many more, there's more firepower than there is. And many colleagues are working, you see next to one. So it's indeed trying to systematically bring the expertise that's been accumulated and put it by us. Alex, you want
to say that tomorrow we have a session with
Elena.
Particularly, what do you see as success for the reflection group? I was struck by, and it's the deliberations, I was struck by the comment that's been made a number of times today around how preparedness makes economic sense, how it's much less costly than recovery and response. Are you looking at opportunities to capture those avoided losses? What are you seeing on the horizon for the reflection group, and what would a good outcome be?
For the reflection group and building already on the experience of climate resilience dialogue, we want to bring together expertise, and we want to hear, but also participate in the discussion. What are the drivers, what are the obstacles, how can we facilitate, and what would be the enabling factors for building more resilience? We want to hear from banks, whether they value the resilience and they incorporate it into their business plans. But we also want to hear from SMEs. How do they treat it? Is it a business case for them? If not, we want to convince them that it is and that they should also convince their counterparts, but also then that, or maybe SMEs will tell us we cannot access financing. Why cannot you access? It's a bit like, it was very interesting for me to hear in the breakout room, why don't you go for projects? And it's exactly like, probably 18 months breakout room to discuss why the financing is not there, why the resilience is not. But the final success would be when the group agrees on solutions and start implementing them. But those solutions should be implemented, taken on by all the stakeholders around the table. It is not advisory group to the Commission or to the EIB or other public bodies. No, it is a common dialogue, the common reflection group on how to mobilize climate resilience finance. So we would like to have a set also of solutions that would be then implemented.
In the context of moving from adaptation to preparedness, are you looking into the interplays with other natural risks? One of the examples that we present, Elena has presented, we were presenting results of the study. It's clear that climate risk interfaces and makes certain other risks in the specific context was earthquake risks and the outcomes of the earthquake happened there. But also the UCRA makes reference to
Yes.
interfaces. Sorry.
Yes, thank you very much. That's a very good question because that's the first slide, the natural catastrophes. It was called natural catastrophes because it exactly also includes earthquakes. When we were talking about the climate risks, the earthquake arguably is not a climate risk. But if we talk about climate resilience and climate preparedness, we also need to include earthquakes, but also subsidence, for example, that it's less of a factor. But it is about building resilience at large. So, we probably will not be excluding the earthquakes.
One last burning question. If not, Alexandrina, you presented the EIB support to adaptation and the financial toolkit, and also very quickly a few case studies. So maybe one, and also you mentioned about the objective of this session in terms of projects. Maybe one very short message before we close the session.
Time for a very nice final
message. Well, my final message will be the same as the opening message. And yes, and leaving that aside, I'm very much hoping that we, as the EIB, together with the European Commission, can make that happen. And I include here again, not only the financing toolkit, but also the advisory toolkit, also improving communication, improving awareness raising, making these projects really happen. And again, we are now very closely cooperating with the European Commission. We have quite a few initiatives in mind, and I'm sure that these initiatives will bring concrete results. Also in the context of the reflection group, we will be involving the private sector because we cannot speak in vacuum. We want to hear from the private sector and from the industry actually what the real issues are so that we can adapt our offer accordingly. So I encourage you all to reach out to us and to see how we can help you make these projects happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Magdalena, if you want to say a very short message, you presented the natural catastrophes, the economics of adaptation projects, prepare versus recover. You also mentioned the insurance gap and presented the work of the climate resilience dialogue. So if you want to make a very last message.
Yeah, in my very last message, I have a very important announcement because Climate Resilience Dialogue is coming to its end. It's a temporary group. And so stay tuned. At the end of June, the group will publish the final report in which it will analyze the drivers behind the climate insurance protection gap, their views on how to increase risk awareness, what to do with risk assessment, but also how to reduce the risks. So I think it will be a very informative piece for everyone, in particular when you are also trying to do your risk assessments and look into the risk reduction and how you can do it. And please remember, there is a strong business case behind resilience. You really need to include all the effects of climate change and all the effects of the losses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant section. Then we will ask you to come back and moderate another panel, the last one. Thank you very much. But meanwhile, just to set a frame for your next panel, dear Alexandrina, we have invited to Fotio Kalantzis, senior economist at the EIB Economic Directorates, in order to, you see, give us a very quick sense of the feeling, adaptation investment feeling for a corporate sector. Fotio, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I know that we are running late, so I promise to be, okay, perfect then. However, what would I do? I will share just two key takeaways from our analysis on adaptation based on two sources of information. The first one is the EIB investment survey, and the second one is the municipality survey. My goal is to connect the dots from the previous discussions, focusing on how firms and municipalities respond to climate change challenges. From those that are not familiar with our surveys, the EIB investment survey runs since 2016 and covers 12,000 firms in the EU, plus another 1,000 in the US since 2019. It covers all sizes of firms and major sectors of the economy, and it is considered representative at a country, EU level, and sectorial level. The municipality survey is a special module of the European investment survey. It was conducted for the first time in 2022, and then the second time in 2020, and then in 2022, covering some 750 municipalities across Europe, and it is considered representative by cohesion region type. Both surveys collect information about the characteristics of and profiles of the participants, the investment past and future investment activities, the investment focus, investment finance, needs and obstacles. For this presentation, I have taken into account two relevant questions to adaptation. The first one is whether climate change have affected the participants, and then the second one, what do they do to address those risks. Starting with EIB's finding on firms, the main key takeaway is that many firms face physical risks, but few of them invest in climate resilience. And here in the left graph, you see that around 60% of firms told us that extreme weather events had a major or a minor impact on their businesses. And this is the case also across sectors and size of firms. Whereas on the right-hand side graph, what we see is that slightly above 1/3 of firms, they have implemented at least one adaptation action, which is either they have developed an adaptation strategy or invested in active solutions or bought insurance to protect themselves against climate change risks. Just to say that the picture for mitigation is totally different. The share of firms investing in mitigation or implementing at least one action is 90%. So this indicates more or less that adaptation is not among the main investment priorities for firms. Moving now to municipalities, the main key takeaway is that they recognize climate risks, also that there is an investment gap in adaptation, and that's why they have started prioritizing investments in adaptation. Specifically, the graph on the left shows that 9 in 10 municipalities told us that extreme weather events had either a major or a minor impact on the region. The second graphs tell us that above 50% of municipalities told us that investments, there is an investment gap in adaptation compared to the investment needs. The good news is that in the last graph on the right, that 60% of them, compared to the past, and past I mean the previous wave between 2019 and 2021, and the future plans in 2022 to 2026, 60% of them, they are planning to increase investments in adaptation, and especially in less developed regions where we know that the quality of infrastructure is lower. Now, if you would like to know more, for example, what's the role of access to finance in adaptation investments, or public funds, or awareness, because it was discussed a lot in the previous panel, I suggest you having a look at the flagship report, our flagship report, the investment report, or the European EIB fees or the country fees, and of course, the municipality report that we published 2 years ago. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Now